Uh, on behalf of the Decentralizing Power System 2021, I, Dr. Saurabh Malik, welcome you, all the dignitaries and guests in this 5-day workshop. Damini, hello.
Yes, sir.
Uh, uh,
Honorable Director, sir, respected invited dignitaries, distinguished deans, esteemed HODs, and the organizing committee, and all my fellow participants. It is a glorious moment to extend my humblest gratitude and greetings on this day of the salutation on behalf of the entire Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering of National Institute of Technology, Sikkim, to all the participants and partakers of this session for a week-long workshop on recent trends in power systems 2021, organized under the aegis of TechWeb 3. My name is Damini Singh, and I'm one of the student organizing members of this week-long workshop.
Good afternoon, and thank you for contributing your valuable time to attend this event in the making. My name is Shurikan Mani, and I'm also one of the student organizing committee members of this week-long workshop. We are excited to see so many students come out to the workshop and speakers who are dedicated to educating the next generation of electrical professionals. I would like to thank the Chief Patron, Professor Mahesh Chandra Govil, Patron Dr. Ranjan Basak, Convener Dr. Saurav Malik, Coordinators Dr. Abhishek Rajan, Dr. Amit Kumar Yadav, and Dr. Prasenjit Dey for all the organizing committee members for bringing this workshop to the surface.
This workshop focuses on the recent trends in power systems, and as we all know, that power systems is a vital and integral part of the emerging technological world. In this age of modernization, power systems is not just limited to generation or safety or protection, but has expanded its sinusoidal waves into the world of renewables, smart grids, microgrids, virtual power plants, and automation. Today, the world recognizes power systems as a dynamic real-time solution to all energy demands. Apart from these technical sessions, a panel discussion and valedictory session is also scheduled on the last day of this event. As a courtesy to others, we kindly ask that you please refrain from distracting the speakers with any background noise in between the sessions, which is why all of you have been kept on mute. In general, we ask that you be respectful towards the speaker, your fellow attendees, and the coordinators. And also, since this is a week-long workshop, we ask you to join this meeting at 2:30 p.m. punctually for the upcoming days of the workshop. At any time in the session, if you have any questions, please put your question in the chat window, and one of the organizing committee members will put your question in line to be asked. You may unmute yourself while your question is being answered. Further, all the sessions in this workshop will be recorded and can be viewed online later. At the end of the workshop, a feedback form through Google Form will be shared by the organizing committee to the participants. You're requested to fill the feedback form and maintain the attendance criteria of the event for availing the e-certificate which is to be provided. May I now take the opportunity to invite the convener of this workshop, Dr. Saurav Malik, to kindly step in and mark the inauguration of this workshop.
At the outset, on behalf of the organizing committee, I, Dr. Saurabh Malik, welcome Professor Mahesh Chandra Govil, Director NIT Sikkim, Professor Shanti Sarup K, Professor of Electrical Engineering in IIT Madras, Professor Devapriya Das from IIT Kharagpur, the faculty members, students and participants from India and abroad to this 5 days online workshop on recent trends in power systems, organized by Electrical and Electronics Engineering Department of National Institute of Technology Sikkim under the sponsorship of TQF3 Government of India. In this inaugural session of the workshop, we are very much blessed with the presence of Professor Mahesh Chandra Govil, Honorable Director of NIT Sikkim, Chief Guest of the event, Professor Shanti Sarup K from IIT Madras, Guest of Honor, Professor Devapriya Das from IIT Kharagpur, Dr. Ranjan Basak, Dean Academic and TQF3 Coordinator, NIT Sikkim. Sir, I am very much thankful to all of you for your gracious presence in spite of your busy schedule. I am also expressing my sincere gratitude to the eminent speakers of the workshop for delivering their expert talk in the thematic areas of the workshop. The proposed outline of workshop is aimed at creating an effective forum for exchanges of innovative ideas and research work in the areas of power system as well as their upcoming advancement. Major task areas of the workshop are power system flexibility, use of intelligent techniques in electrical power system, wind power trading, virtual power plant, microgrid, and zero bus load flow. Vulnerability of grid network against attacks and outages, trends in electric power systems, solar energy, a new paradigm, a planning of electric vehicle charging in distribution network, IQOT in modern EHV power system, an overview of power sector for the students, advances in smart grid techniques of electric power systems, and many more. Now I am
A, to-
referring to Damini.
a total of 12 eminent speakers from both academia and industry will be sharing their expertise during different sessions of the event. We are very much privileged to have Dr. Rohit Bhaker from the Department of Electrical Engineering, MNIT Jaipur, Professor Nidal Sinha, Electrical Engineering, NIT Silchar, Dr. Tanmay Malakar, Electrical Engineering, NIT Silchar, Professor Devapriya Das, Electrical Engineering, IIT Kharagpur, Professor Abhijit Chakrabarti, Electrical Engineering, IEST Sripur, Professor Swapn Kumar Goswami, Electrical Engineering, Jadavpur University, Professor Chandan Kumar Chand, Electrical Engineering, IEST Sripur, Dr. Anirudh Bhattacharya, Electrical Engineering, NIT Durgapur, Mr. Supriya Paul, Deputy General Manager, PGCIL, Dr. Tulika Bhattacharya, Engineering Officer, CPRI Bangalore, Professor Santi Swarup K, Electrical Engineering, IIT Madras, Professor Kalikar Rehman Niazi, Electrical Engineering, MNIT Jaipur, as the eminent speakers of the event. We are delighted to announce that more than 250 participants from across the globe have registered to the event for their active participation.
We are positively expecting that this platform will be very beneficial to the participants as well as to us in terms of knowledge gained from the eminent speakers. May I now invite convener sir to kindly put forward with the inauguration ceremony.
We are very fortunate to have with us Professor Mahesh Chandra Govil, Director NIT Sikkim, having vast experience of more than 34 years in the field of teaching, research, and administration. He is member of various professional bodies and performed various administrative duties like head of the department at the Computer Science and Engineering and Information Technology, MNIT Jaipur, principal at Government Women Engineering College, Rajasthan, Dean Faculty of MCA RTU Kota, Director at the Center of E-Governance Jaipur, Director on Board of Rajasthan Knowledge Corporation Limited, member of Board of Governors and Board of Studies of several universities, member of various advisory and project monitoring committees at national and state level. He also served as a coordinator of IIT Kota at its very inception in the year 2013 and established the IIT Kota. He has conducted various national and state level entrance exams and counselings of AIEEE, RMAT, and RPET, coordinated state projects at SPFU Cell, Government of Rajasthan, under the aegis of UKIP 2. He also served as a member of numerous state and national level committees in various capacities. With this brief introduction, I would like to request our Honorable Director Sir to deliver the inaugural address.
So, good afternoon to all, dear students, faculty, staff, and respected speakers, and the chief guest of this very important workshop recently in power system, being organized by the Department of Electrical Engineering. I believe this workshop is very important for the department and for a student also to know what are the latest development in the field of power system, which is the backbone of electrification or the electrical systems. At this juncture, I would like to give my respect as well as thanks to the chief guest of this function, Professor K.S. Swarup from IIT Madras. I'm also highly thankful to the guest of honor, Professor Devapriya Das, IIT Kharagpur, that they have really agreed for delivering expert talk in this workshop and will definitely benefit to the participants and the students. I'm also thankful to the participants who have really shown their interest in this very important workshop uh, on power system, and the students of the third year and final year, because I believe they must know where the power system is going and what is the future of the power system, okay, and what is the need. So I believe that my students will also take full advantage of this workshop, because that was the one of the objective of organizing this workshop. As I said in the introduction, as the head of the department of EEE has said, the power system is not that old one power system. It has to deliver with the need of the automation as well as the recent needs. And I think the biggest challenge is now integration of the conventional as well as the non-conventional generation together, because we do rely now on non-conventional resources like solar, wind, and the other small, maybe the tidal or maybe other kind of the uh, sources. And integration sometimes of this power to the smart grid or uh, the national grid becomes a daunting task. So I think we need to work very, very hard. And other topic which are being elaborated here are really the application of the machine learning and AI is one of the important aspect in power system, because nowadays we do have a computational power which can support your AI and the machine learning both. And the world is moving from the traditional approaches to the very intelligent approaches, where you have to use the maybe soft computing kind of a technique, where we use the fuzzy systems, or we should employ the machine learning and the AI based techniques. The smart grid is one we used to generally talk about. And when we talk the smart grid and the more and more automation, as the Saurav has said, the vulnerabilities are always there. So you have to safeguard your power system from the vulnerabilities or from various kind of the attacks, because power system is something which is very, very important and needs a foolproof protection against any kind of the attack from the intruders. So that is also important. And of course, this I did my BTech from the electrical engineer, but I think it's a long time, so I can't. The power system has changed a lot. What we have studied and what they need, this generation has to study. So I believe that will really be able to serve this country well, and we will be, because electricity is something which is just like your clothes is necessary, right? So I believe that the young generation will learn from the very eminent speakers being selected from across the country, and they are really very talented and know what is to be done. And I think they will guide our students what kind of the capability they are supposed to build for serving this country well. With this, I am highly thankful again for both the eminent professors, Sarup Saab as well as Devopriya Das sir. And I believe that they will help this new NIT in its various tasks to deliver to students as well as to this country. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your speech inaugural of this 5-day workshop. And Damini,
We have with us one of the most celebrated and dignified personalities in the field of electrical engineering, Professor Devapriya Das. His contribution in the field of power systems and his expertise are worth noting. His achievements have been inspiring generations to participate and invest their potential into the field of power systems. The next distinguished resource person to honor us with his presence is our guest of honor, Professor Devapriya Das from the Department of Electrical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur.
Professor Devapriya Das is currently Professor of Electrical Engineering in IIT Kharagpur, India. His research interest includes operation of distribution systems, operation of grid-connected microgrids, operation of islanded microgrids, impact of G2V on the distribution system. Professor Das completed his PhD from IIT Delhi and presently working as a professor in Electrical Engineering Department at IIT Kharagpur since April 2007 to till date. Before joining at IIT Kharagpur in 1997, he also served institutions like TEHRI, New Delhi, BITS Pilani, and University of Roorkee. He has authored a very famous book entitled Electrical Power Systems. He has published several research publications and book chapters in international journals, national journals, international conferences, and national conferences of high repute. He has supervised 20 PhD scholars and 40 MTech students. His name is included in the Stanford University's list of globally top 2% researcher list. His name was on the top 3.372% in the research area energy. It is my honor to invite Professor Devapriya Das to kindly address the audience.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you very much. Thank you to your director, Professor Mahesh Chandra, Govil. I think a couple of times I went to your institute, right? So just a few words I'll tell. That these recent trends in your power system that what you are organizing, of course, power system is changing. I mean, that's actually fast. If we look into the history a little bit, I'll tell you in 4 or 5 minutes, and I'll stop my your what you call speech. That fast power system, actually, whatever we call, that was started in 1882, right? And before that also slowly things are developing, but that power system was nothing but your what you call, it was a 110 volt DC line, right? It was by Thomas Alva Edison, right, in USA. That if I recall correctly, I think it is Manhattan City, probably, right? And this was just a in those days there was no word like microgrid. But today, whatever we talk about the microgrid, that very fast power system was nothing but a DC microgrid, right? Although your what you call, that birth of microgrid, actually that University of Wisconsin, I think 40 years back, they claim they have given the birth of microgrid in USA, right? But perhaps the very fast power system was nothing but a microgrid, right? After this technology was developing. In next 4 years, Edison actually developed such kind of DC distribution system, I think few hundred, from 1882 to 1886, right? Then, if I recall correctly, the 2% independently in 2 different countries, they actually invented the synchronous generator, right? Later it was checked that yes, both did independently, right? But that was in, probably, if I recall correctly, it is 1887 or so. But that when DC was started, any new thing you start, and if you want to bring something new, you have to face challenges to establish your claim that yes, the new one is better than the previous one. So to start the AC thing also, it took some time, like a lot of debate was there. But anyway, that pioneering thing was done, of course, Tesla, his name is everywhere. But anyway, that as AC system was introduced, then generally, when we are teaching to the student also, actually, who introduced complex number in electrical engineering? In 1894, the Steinmetz, actually, he introduced that complex number in the electrical engineering in 1894. And later in 1898, I think it came in a book published by McGraw-Hill, that is more than 122 years back. Steinmetz, his life duration probably 1865 to 1923, perhaps, right? So a lot of history is there. So slowly, this technology is developed. The technology has developed, and finally, that AC took place. I have to finish in 2-3 minutes, and then high voltage DC came. Then your what you call power electronics, converter, inverter circuits came, and now things are changing. Then the concept of microgrid, then your smart grid, and at present your then electric vehicle, that vehicle charge, your what you call, that vehicle to grid, grid to vehicle, and then vehicle for grid. So many new concepts are coming. Apart from all these things, that another technology that developing, that is called your battery energy storage system for the future, right? And with that, your virtual power plant is another new concept has come, right? Of course, based on existing power system, some part in the world, but virtual power plant things have started. But recently in one country, they are completely making a new virtual power plant based on battery energy storage system. It is actually going up. And basically they call virtual power plant in terms of this way, Internet of Energy. Everything will be controlled by software, right? So things are developing, that microgrid, smart grid, right, islanded microgrid. So many new things are coming up. Then electric vehicle charging station. So electrical engineering is changing from 1882. Before that also, so many concepts came. 1882 to today, it is your what we call 2021. So nearly 139 years. Things are changing very fast nowadays, right? So in future also, your what you call that new things will come up, right? But and present situation, that your smart grid is getting your lot of importance, and microgrid, right? At the same time, that electric vehicle, right? So anyway, slowly and slowly things will change, and there are many good speakers I have found here, and with varieties of topic. So your what you call the participants, those who have joined here, they will really learn in next from today itself to I think next 4 or 5 days, that they will learn many things. I have seen all the participants, and they are all expert in their own field, and I do hope that all of them will learn many things. So I will request all the participants to listen all your what you call speaker, what they are talking. You will learn many things, almost all except one or two. I think I know all of them, and all of them are expert. And many cases I have also heard their lectures sitting like a student in front of your what you call in the seminar room somewhere in India. I have learned. I have heard some of them, right? So thank you very much, and your what you call, and thanks a lot to NIT Sikkim for your what you call that, including me in this program. And I will once again I'll give thanks to your director, and thanks to all the faculty members in electrical engineering department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring speech. Now I request Dr. Ranjan Basak, sir, in academic and P2P coordinator, to pose the question.
So, good afternoon, honorable guests, Professor Swarup and Professor Devapriya Das, all the participants, our director sir, and the faculty members, PhD scholars of Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, Register Dr. Achindesh Narayan Vishwas, all deans and heads. It is my great pleasure to give the vote of thanks on the inaugural ceremony of this TechIP 3 sponsored 5 days workshop. So, on behalf of NIT Sikkim family, I convey my regards and hearty thanks to our chief guest and guest of honor for taking their times from their busy schedule. I would like to express our profound gratitude and thanks and support to Professor Mahesh Chandra Govil, our director sir, for his support, encouragement and guidance. And I would also like to thank all the distinguished experts for accepting the request of the department to deliver their lectures on the recent trends on power systems. I also like to thank the National Project Implementation Unit for funding this program, the 5 days workshop. And I also want to thank all the faculty members, staff, and PhD scholars for organizing this program. And finally, all the participants, because without the participant, it cannot happen. So I think everybody will enjoy the next 5 days. So thank you again.
Thank you, sir. I now request our convener to please carry forward this workshop with the first lecture.
In the first session of this 5-day workshop, our speaker is Professor Rohit Bhakkar, from NIT Jaipur. Professor Bhakkar received his BE degree from MBM Engineering College, Jodhpur in 1997, MTech in Power System from Malabya National Institute of Technology, Jaipur, and PhD from IIT Roorkee in 2010. Currently, he is Associate Professor of the Electrical Engineering Department and Center of Energy at NIT Jaipur. His main interests are power system restructuring, power system economics, network pricing, electricity markets, game theory, risk management, and ancillary services, and energy storage. Dr. Bhakkar, with a research experience from IIT Roorkee and University of Bath, UK, leads the Power System Management Group, performing research in power system operation and planning, electricity markets, risk management, network pricing, forecasting, smart grid management, frequency responses, ancillary services, and energy storage. He has held multiple research grants from Indian and international funding agencies, including 2 India-UK consortium grants in association with several IITs and UK universities. He is secretary to IEEE PES Working Group on Network Charging and a senior member of IEEE. Now, I would request Dr. Rohit Bhakkar to share his years of research, your depth of understanding on the topic power system flexibility.
Thank you, organizers. First of all, I would like to thank sir.
रोहित, तुम्हारा
Sir.
फोटो नजर आना चाहिए, कैमरा ऑफ कर रखा है क्या?
नहीं सर, ऑन कर दिया है सर.
अच्छा.
I think I am visible, sir. I hope I am visible.
Now you are visible.
Sir.
Oh, good.
Sir.
Nice to see you.
Sir, in fact, thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, background scenery is very खतरनाक.
Pardon, sir?
Background scenery खतरनाक है.
Sir, this is just to keep the people alive while we make some boring presentations.
नहीं, arresters लगा रखे पीछे बहुत सारे.
Sir, I'll change those, sir, definitely.
No, it's really nice. I'm saying it's nice. Okay.
Sir.
Okay, fine.
Sir, first I would like to thank Professor Govil for inviting me for this lecture, and Dr. Saurabh Malik, who are organizing this event. Definitely, despite that, I had visited NIT Sikkim and I had wished to visit NIT Sikkim again, but due to COVID and other reasons, we could not travel. But still, this platform has brought us together, and I'm happy to see so many participants attending this course. Definitely, I think it would be a good learning experience, as I could see from the list of speakers that are presenting during this course. I think everybody would be happy to enjoy new learning that they can make during this period. So before I start, possibly what we need to think about is a very recent event, that of Texas. If any one of you have heard about what is happening in Texas over the last 1 week, then possibly you can appreciate and understand why the research that we are doing, it becomes relevant for power sector, power industry as a whole. Texas is a state in the US which is isolated from other grids, from the eastern and the western grid. It is strongly dependent upon renewables. It has a fairly decent market, the electricity market, and it has got its a fair generation mix also. It has got nuclear, it has got wind, it has got solar, significantly dependent upon the gas power plants, few hydropower plants as well. So it has got a what we call as an optimal generation mix, which can help it to maintain the demand-supply balance in its state. Still, last week they had one of the worst blackouts in their history, in which they could not fulfill the power demand in their state. And there is a lot of discussion that is happening over the last 1 week on what were the reasons, how these things are evolving, and how could we save our industry, our power supply industry, from such catastrophic events. That is where issues like flexibility come into picture. The term flexibility that we use, it is quite generic. It is, we call flexibility as a term which reflects how much flexible you are to certain situations. Whenever there is a contingency, how flexible is your system? So from a generic perspective, we have moved over to the perspective of power systems, in which we try to understand how flexible is our power systems when it is facing some challenges, when it is facing some challenges which are unforeseen. What are those challenges that are coming up? To bring you to that point, first of all, we need to understand is what is happening in the grid as of now. One of the bigger challenges that is happening in the grid as of now is that we are strongly focusing upon developing larger and larger penetration of renewable energy in the grid. When we are trying that, we are evolving to a grid, what we call as a RE-rich grid, in which the renewable generation has significantly penetrated. So India, which has got a lot of renewables in its backyard, a lot of solar generation is coming up, a lot of wind generation is coming up. The grid is significantly getting dominated by the renewable energy, and that is one of the biggest growth segments that is happening. But then there are challenges with that. What are the challenges? To understand those,
Sir, your voice is not coming. Sir, आपका mute.
Rohit, your voice. Rohit, you have muted yourself.
okay, sorry, sir. I think, okay. Now I think it is audible.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry. So with that background, what we need to understand is that the variation, the changes that are happening in the grid, that from a conventional grid, how are we evolving towards what we call as a RE-rich grid? What is the need for flexibility in this situation? Because we have a target, but the grid is stiff. It is not responding to situations. Why is this situation happening? How do we define those things? The definition in itself is still evolving, because this is certainly a new area of research which is coming up, and people are trying to figure out how do we quantify flexibility for different type of situations that are occurring. What are the flexibility options? How do we mitigate those challenges? That is one segment that we need to focus upon. And what are the market and policy frameworks, and how do we help from the market perspective for the grid to be resilient enough, to be flexible enough to handle such contingencies. This is obviously an evolving research area. Possibly some of you may be able to focus upon that in the near future. So just to give you a background, one thing we need to understand is electricity is not a luxury. It is a basic commodity, and its demand will continue to increase over a period of time. It will not only increase because our consumption and our lifestyle is improving, but it will also increase because significantly the energy supply system is getting more and more electrified. The way by which we are using energy. Earlier we used to use wood.
Sorry to interrupt. Sir, आपका ये जो है full screen कर लीजिए ना, ये full screen नहीं है.
I can, yeah, very well. I thought it would, yeah, perfectly fine. Does that sound okay now?
It's okay now.
Yeah. So the grid is becoming, the energy supply system is becoming more and more electrified to an extent. The way by which we are using energy, earlier we used to use wood to heat for our heating requirement, for cooking requirements. Over a period of time, we are significantly using gas, and at several places we have also started using electricity for our heating, for our cooling requirements. And now you can see a significant change in the transportation system. Earlier we used to use diesel, petrol, gas for transportation, coal also. Now we are shifting over significantly to electric vehicles, electric trains, electric buses. So the demand for electricity is increasing, and it will continue to increase as more and more electrification of the energy supply system happens. Over the last 1 decade, our consumption has increased by 25%. And in that also, almost 65% of it is coming from fossil fuels. The challenges of fossil fuels, everybody understands. We have heard a lot about it. The fuel prices, they are also a challenge. And for countries like India, which are significantly importing oil, this challenge is even more. Global warming challenges are there, pollution. All these challenges, we are well aware of what is happening from the environment perspective. So there is a significant push to shift over to renewables, and that we are doing. We have obligations. We have obligations through international collaborations, international obligations through pacts. One of that is through the COP, Conference of Parties 21, organized in Paris, in which every country had its own nationally determined contribution targets that it had set itself to combat climate change. That, okay, by this year, we would be able to reduce our carbon emissions by this level. So to decarbonize the electricity sector, that is to do away with the fossil fuels, do away with the coal-based power plants, do away with the gas power plants, what we are trying to do is bring in more and more renewables. Two names come up, wind and solar. Everybody hears a lot about those in our regular curriculum, as well as a lot of presentations you can come across. Why it is happening in a significant way? One is the technology is becoming mature, both in wind as well as in solar. The per unit cost of generation is reducing, both from the investment perspective as well as from the operation perspective. From the operation perspective, both wind and solar, they do not have any operational cost. There are minimal operation costs. So once you've installed the plants, it is only a minimal operation cost that has to be borne, and it is relatively cheaper. So the growth in the wind and solar, you'll continue to see over the next several decades. And this is happening in several countries still. Over the last 1 decade, Denmark, you can see the growth of renewables has increased from 27 to 57%, in Germany from 10 to 26%, from Spain to 15 to 40%, and so on. You can see in different countries, the growth has been significant in terms of penetration of renewables. Now, what is the challenge? The challenge is that these conventional power plants, the coal-based power plants, the gas-based power plants, the nuclear power plants, they were what we call as controllable. How did we control them? We used to control them by controlling the quantum of fuel that we are injecting into those power plants. If you reduce the coal injected into the coal-based power plant, obviously the output of that power plant will reduce. So at any point of time, if you want to increase or decrease the generation from coal, nuclear, or gas power plant, it is easy to control. The challenge with the RE-rich grids, the wind and solar, where the generation is dependent upon how much wind is blowing at any point of time, how much sun is available at any given point of time. So the generation from these is dependent upon the nature. It is not controllable. The only control is that if you don't want it, you can switch it off. But if you are connecting into the grid, so whatever comes in, you have to accept it. And whatever comes in is not under your control. So the problem is that there is a significant generation that is coming, that is getting injected into the grid, which is not controllable. This is one part of the problem. The other part of the problem is that the load in itself, consumers like you and me, we are also not controllable. Our demand keeps on varying depending upon how we want to use electricity. So the load profile of the customers in this country, or for that matter any country, that keeps on varying with time, with season, with years, and so on. So that results in the load being uncertain. The challenge with this is, till now, only the load was uncertain, and there were controllable conventional fossil fuel power plants by which we used to control the generation so as to match the load. This was the whole perspective of the system operator, the grid operators. They used to control the generation such that whatever is the load the generation matches the load at any point of time. That has to be done because electricity cannot be stored. Since it cannot be stored, you continuously keep on varying the generation of the power plants such that whatever is the load, you try to bring the generation closer to that level. Now the challenge is, apart from the load being uncertain, a part of the generation also has become uncertain. So effectively, let's say if 20% of the generation becomes uncertain and 100% of the load is uncertain, the level of uncertainty that has increased in the grid is 100% on the load side and 20% on the generation side. So you are left with only 80% of the generation which is controllable as of now. So effectively, the 80% of the generation has to cater to the uncertainty arising from 100% of the load and 20% of the RE generation, such that whatever is the remaining generation requirement after subtracting the demand from the RE generation, we call it the net load. This is a new term that is picking up over the last 4 or 5 years, and this is the term that we need to focus upon. This is the difference between whatever is the demand, that is 100% variable, 100% uncertain, and the RE generation, which in itself is uncertain, giving us the net load, which is effectively less than the total, generation that we had, because it is the RE generation has been subtracted from that, giving us a less leverage in terms of how easily we can handle the grid. Now we are only left with 80% of the generation which we can control to handle 20% of RE, the imbalances caused by 20% of RE and 100% of demand variation. So this is the new challenge that we need to target. This is exactly the challenge that came up in Texas. They had significant wind generation, they had got significant gas generation, but when the wind generation and the gas power plants, because of the weather, the gas power plants went off, the wind power plants were not operating, the whole of the grid that failed. These are situations that we can also expect at any point of time if we do not have what we call as a flexible grid that is able to handle these situations. So comparatively, the conventional grid was more reliable. The RE-rich grid is more variable, more uncertain, and less reliable. Despite that it has got lower carbon emissions, despite that it has got lower operation and maintenance expenses. Now the challenge is to manage this net load uncertainty, net load uncertain variability challenge being posed because of the significant RE generation that is happening in the grid. I would request the organizers that if any point of time, if you feel that there is any glitch, you can let me know, because I'm on a full screen. I am not able to visualize, see the participants as such. So what is happening in the grid? What is the challenge that is coming up in the grid? If you see this figure, I'll simply explain few facts. You will catch up what the issue is. The purple dotted line that you see is the load in the system. That varies during the day, varies during the night. So that was earlier also it was there, now also it is there. The wind generation, you can see from the blue dotted line, it is uncertain, it varies, continuously keeps on varying during the day and night. This we have not shown too much of uncertainty, although the level of uncertainty this is definitely much more than what is being visualized here. Apart from that, we have got solar, which comes up at 5 o'clock in the morning, increases to a level in the about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, remains stable during the daytime. More or less, it remains stable during the daytime. Thereafter, after 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, it starts going down and becomes zero by 6 or 7 o'clock. This is how the solar generation is behaving. So now with the significant penetration of wind and with the significant penetration of this blue line wind generation and significant penetration of solar generation, what is the net load that is left in the system? The net load is the subtraction of the load minus, let's say, the wind generation minus the solar generation. giving us a net load profile indicated, this is a tentative profile, indicated by this black bold line, which has now to be fulfilled by the fossil-fired generators, fossil fuel generators like coal, gas, and nuclear power plants. So with this, now you can see that earlier, when the renewables were not there, the generating plants had to handle this load indicated by this purple line, which had got relatively less uncertainty in it. Now, with this difference, you can see that the net load that is coming up, which is the difference between the load minus the renewable generation, now the variation in this is significant. And now the 80% of the generation, that is the fossil-fired generating plants, they have to handle this level of uncertainty in the system. This is the new challenge that is coming up. This is a challenge that you can see has been indicated in this red box here, cylindrical box, red circle here in this area during the morning hours and during the evening hours. When the solar is going up, solar is going down, then this level of ramping that is required in the system, the ramping that is required from low generation from the fossil fuel power plants to high generation in a very short span of time, and ramping from these coal-based power plants, from these nuclear power plants is not that easy. When we say ramping, that means we are expecting the power plant to increase its generation suddenly from a low value to a very high value. This is not easy. Why is it not easy? Because all these are what we call as thermal power plants. They are mechanical systems in which heat has to be transferred. And when heat has to be transferred, it has to be transferred over a proper gradient. If the gradient of heat transfer becomes too high, let's say across the boiler tube, if you suddenly start increasing the temperature in the boiler drum, the temperature would increase so high that the temperature differential between inside and outside of the boiler tube will become so strong that the boiler tube will fill. So we have to increase it slowly. So the ramping capability of these coal-based power plants is limited. So is the case with nuclear power plants. Nuclear power plants, you cannot ramp them up because there are challenges that if you suddenly ramp them up, there are challenges with the strength of the tubes, and God forbid if there is any problem, any tube fails, the power plant is gone. So we cannot allow a nuclear power plant to ramp up and down at a fast pace. So there are limitations in the system. And these limitations get aggravated when you've got significant load variations happening in the system. So now the challenge that we see is that the generating plants have to
Hello, sir. Sir, Rohit, sir. Sir, your voice is not coming. I think you have to unmute.
I'm not sure. I think somebody is muting me. It is not me.
I am checking that also, sir. Sorry for the interruption, huh? Sir,
Because I am on my full screen, somebody is muting me. I guess I'm not sure.
no, sir, I am.
Not a problem. Not a problem. In case there are any problem, do let me know. Yeah. So the challenge with this is during these ramping requirements, the ramping capability of the generation, that has to be maintained. That is not coming up because of the thermal constraints of the thermal power plants that we have. They cannot suddenly ramp up. It is something like you have what we call as a Luna, and you have a Hero Book. The Hero Book has got good ramping capability. You put the throttle, it will start running fast. But as compared to that, a vehicle that we used to have, the Luna two-wheeler vehicle, it didn't have any ramping capability. You even if you throttle it at the maximum, it will suddenly slowly pick up. It won't pick up at a very fast pace. So our thermal generators are like that Luna, which doesn't pick up very, very fast. It picks up slowly. So when it is really required that the power plants ramp up and increase their generation, those power plants, they do not, because they do not have that capability because of the thermal constraints. So even the systems which have got adequate generation capacity to meet the demand, they do not, unfortunately, they do not have sufficient ramping capability in them. And that is where the flexibility in the system is required to balance the net load variations happening in the system. So we need to have a flexible system to balance what these net load variations are happening in this part of the system. This is the challenge that we need to meet. It is not something that is theoretical. It is a practical problem. Countries across the world which are significantly moving over to renewables, they are facing it. We are also facing it. If you see the case studies, example from Germany, they have got 68 gigawatts of distributed solar and wind. And mind it, when we say it is distributed, that means it is on the rooftops, it is connected at on the small farms here and there. It is not controlled. It is not controlled by any central grid operator. It is just coming in, whatever generation is happening. So it has experienced, Germany's grid has experienced ramps of as high as 10 gigawatt per hour going up and ramping down of 7 gigawatt per hour. This is the level of ramp that a small country like Germany has experienced. Take up the case of Colorado, where even 61% of the energy needs, they are being fulfilled by wind. They also are facing similar challenges. Take the case of Germany, where whatever is the demand, whole of the demand is coming up from wind power plants. And that is not alone. You see the case of Tamil Nadu, you see the case of Gujarat, and you see what will happen in the state of Rajasthan in the next 2 years. Tamil Nadu already has time periods when they are not able to inject whatever renewable is coming up, because they are not able to handle the rest of the coal-based power plants with the level of uncertainty that these wind power plants pose. Same is the challenge that is coming up in Gujarat. And also, you can see similar challenges, similar news trickling in from the state of Rajasthan, wherever significant renewable penetration has happened. So this is a challenge that as power system engineers, we all need to focus upon. From a theoretical perspective, we define flexibility in two categories. As we do system operation and planning, similarly, the flexibility also is defined in two categories. One is the short-term operational flexibility, and second is the long-term flexibility planning. And the term, as you can see, it is defined as the extent to which a power system can modify its electricity production or consumption in response to the variability which may be expected or which may be otherwise, which may not be expected. So whatever variability is happening in the grid, if the power system is able to modify its production or consumption, then it is a flexible grid. If it is not able to do it, it is an inflexible grid. So from a short-term perspective, we see in flexibility that the optimal scheduling of resources that we do, it should be able to meet the net load ramps that happen in the scheduling time frame. Let's say we are doing a scheduling for the next 4 hours. So whatever net load would happen in the next 4 hours, the generator should be able to ramp up and ramp down depending upon what is the system requirement. And they should be able to do it in an optimal way. Obviously, we have to take care that the cost is not getting too high. The cost of generation doesn't go too high. It is not that we keep all the power plants on at all points of time. No, there is a cost involved. So we have to optimally schedule them such that whatever generation is happening from those power plants, it is at the cheapest possible rate. But on the other side, we have to maintain the security of the system. We have to maintain the flexibility of the system. And to maintain that flexibility, we have to see that those power plants have got sufficient capability to ramp up and ramp down during those scheduling time frames. maybe for the next 2 hours, 1 hour, or 4 hours, whatever is the case. And from a long-term planning perspective, what researchers like you and me have to focus upon is to assess and to plan an optimal generation mix so that we can accommodate the renewable generation. When we say optimal generation mix, that is, we should have an appropriate generation available from the, let's say, the coal power plants, from the wind power plants, solar power plants, nuclear power plants, hydropower plants, and that we have to see to it that there is sufficient generation available in the system, not only to meet the generation, but to meet the ramping requirements in the system. Who meets them? Which are the power plants which meet them, which can meet those ramping requirements? We have to continue installing those power plants so that whatever uncertainty or whatever ramping is being caused by the renewable generators, that can be handled by the power plants which can provide that ramping capability or which can provide that flexibility in the grid. Now coming on to the definition or quantification of flexibility. This is still an evolving area, and this is not the final word on this. These indices, they are evolving. How do we quantify them? Say we have various matrices, how we quantify security, how we quantify stability. We have the stability criteria. We have got security n-1 security criteria. But what is for flexibility? There is no single criteria based upon which you can identify whether the system is flexible or not. How do we say the Luna is flexible and whether the Luna is inflexible and Heropup is flexible and Luna is not so flexible? You have to develop some metrics, some indices. What are those indices? If we see from a power system perspective, those indices could be some of those which we have defined. One is the power capacity limit, defined as pi max and pi minimum in this graph. So this is the maximum generation. This is one of the ways by which we define flexibility. This is not the only one. Out of the four, this is one. One of the ways we define flexibility is what is the capacity available in the system. What is the spare capacity available in the system? Both on the positives and negatives. At any given point of time, what is the maximum generation that the power plants can generate, and to what level, minimum level, can you bring them down? These two things we need to assess. This gives us an indication whether the grid is flexible up or flexible down the system. This is one parameter. The second parameter that is important is obviously the ramping limit. Ramping limit is simple. It is the rate of change of generation per unit time. So if you get to know at this point of time that you need to ramp up, then what is the maximum possible ramping up that you can create in the system from whatever generators are available in the system? That gives an indication of what is the ramping limit of this system. So if you have got generators which can ramp up fast, the slope of this curve would be much higher. You'll get del P by del T as a higher value. So that indicates a good ramping capability. So also on the downward side, how fast they can ramp down, that also is required. So this is an indication. The rho max and rho max plus and rho max minus is the maximum ramping capability that these power plants have. And this is an indication of how flexible the systems are. Then we have got the energy capacity. That is, if the ramping has to be maintained, if the higher generation has to be maintained for a certain period of time. So very simply putting it, the power multiplied by the time, that is what is the energy capacity available with the generating plants, for how long the generating plants can supply that power. That is one indication of the system's flexibility. That is one indication of how much energy those power plants can supply over the time period when they are required to ramp up their generation. That can both, obviously can be on the positive side as well as on the negative side. Then another factor that we need to focus upon is the response time. at this point of time, t equal to 0, you realized that you need to ramp up. You need to ramp up by some time indicated by this arrow. You need to ramp up to this limit, pi max. So to reach this limit, the power plants have to start responding. It is not instantaneous. They get a signal. It takes some time for them to start responding to those situations, because they're thermal power plants. They're not electronic equipment. There's a thermal inertia associated with those power plants. And even the signal transfer takes time. So in that case, the delay that is happening is obviously detrimental to the operation of secure operation of the power of the system. So if they are able to respond faster, we call them as obviously good power plants, having low response time, low response delay, and we call them as flexible power plants, because a flexible power plant is one which is able to respond faster. So if you push the button and they start responding, we call them as flexible guys. If you push the button and they take some time to respond, they are inflexible guys. So we need to quantify those generators, which one are flexible, which one can respond at the shortest possible response time, and which one would take time. This is what we need to assess to quantify the flexibility of these power plants. It is not that these systems don't have flexibility. Our power systems have got a lot of flexibility. But the challenge is to identify how do we get that flexibility in the system. So, as such, the flexibility in the system, the required flexibility in the system is low. It is not very high. It is not a very big problem that we are facing. It is well within the limits of whatever total available flexibility is there in the system. You can get it. You can get it from multiple sources. But how do we get it? And how should we get it? So that the systems not only remain secure, but it is also optimal. This is what the research needs to be focused upon. Obviously, if you are not able to make those power plants flexible, what is the challenge? The challenge is either you go in for load curtailment, either you go in for load shedding, or you curtail the renewables that are injecting power into the grid. So the measures of flexibility, both from the supply and the demand side, are that the renewable curtailment may happen, or the load curtailment may happen. A lot of energy may have to be lost, or the energy which we should be supplying, we may not be able to supply. And these also are measures of inflexibility of the system. So what we need to do is to improve the system. We improve the system by creating flexible options, by making the grid more flexible. How do we do it? These are some of the ways by which we make the grid flexible. We can make the grid flexible by improving the operation of the grid. We can make the grid flexible by allowing more demand response into the grid, by improving the infrastructure of the grid, by improving the performance of the generating plants, by bringing in energy storage, and by doing sector coupling. I'll touch upon each one of these as we progress through the presentation. In this, some of these terms you may have already heard about, although I'll detail them out in minute detail so that you can pick up what all is involved. So the first thing that we talk about is improved operation. In the case of systems improved operation, what do we do? How do we improve the system's operation? We have a grid. We have got those power plants, generating plants. We have got those renewables injecting power into the grid. We have a load which is unfortunately uncertain. So how do we do it? How do we improve the operation of those power plants? One of the ways, I think there's a bit of background noise. Yeah. one of the ways by which we can improve upon the, I think there's a lot of background noise. There's a lot of uncertainty involved in this system. Okay, it seems we are able to control it. Good. Yeah. So what are the ways by which we improve the system operation? We can improve the system operation by increasing the scheduling granularity. At present, we used to do scheduling for an hour. That is, when we used to schedule the power plants, when we used to set which power plant would be operating at what level, we used to schedule them for each hour, the time block. We used to schedule them that, okay, from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., plant number A would be operating at X limit. From 11 to 12, it would be operating at Y limit, and so on. So for every hour, we would do the scheduling. One of the ways is to reduce the time block, that instead of doing the scheduling for 10 to 11 a.m., we start doing scheduling from 10 to 10:15, 10:15 to 10:30, 10:30 to 10:45, and 10:45 to 11 o'clock. So the moment we reduce the time blocks, we can focus more upon those time blocks and schedule differently for each time block. We can forecast for each time block, and for each time block, we do a different scheduling depending upon what is the actual level of demand during that smaller time period. We can even move to 5-minute interval, which India is obviously moving towards. And this is one of the best international standards, that if we start scheduling for every 5 minutes, that is from 10 o'clock to 10:05, we have one schedule, 10:05 to 10:10, we have another schedule, and 10:10 to 10:15, we have another schedule, and so on. For every 5 minutes, we have a certain schedule that, yes, at this period of time, these power plants would operate at this, and this level. This helps us to monitor and control those power plants in a more controlled manner, in a more appropriate scheduling can be done. This is one way of improving the flexibility, because once you are able to control it for every 5 minutes, so whatever are the imbalances happening, whatever is the uncertainty happening, let's say if you are managing it before 10 to 10:05, then obviously if there is any change, if there are any changes happening, you can make those changes in the scheduling framework, and thereafter from 10:05 to 10:10, you can come up with a new schedule which is able to fulfill the demand and supply balance. Obviously, the challenge is for electric power grids that at any point of time, whatever is the demand, an equivalent level of generation has to be maintained in the grid so that generation and demand are balanced at each and every point of time. You cannot allow the system to operate having a variation, having a difference between what is the level of generation and what is the level of demand in that system. Another way to improve is to have better demand and renewable energy forecast. So once you improve upon the forecasting mechanisms, if you are able to forecast more appropriately, then the level of uncertainty, the level of ramping that you require, you can forecast it better, and you can start operating the power plants beforehand the actual occurrence of the event. For that, you need to have good forecast of the renewable generation. So the accuracy has to be focused upon, and the deviation that is happening from the day ahead to real time. Day ahead forecast means we have on a day ahead, 24 hours ahead of the actual delivery of power, we do a forecast. And real time means actually at the real time, that is maybe 15 minutes ahead of the time or 5 minutes ahead of the time. So the deviation, we have forecasted 24 hours ahead of the day. Today we forecast for tomorrow's, let's say 3 o'clock. And by the time we reach 3 o'clock tomorrow, the forecast what we have done, it may go wrong. And there may be a significant deviation that has happened. So to avoid that, we need to have better forecasting mechanisms so that by the time we approach the real time, by the time we approach, let's say 2 o'clock tomorrow, the forecast still remains valid. So forecasting is one segment that we need to focus upon. Another way is to develop new market products. Products in the market. As we sell electricity, that is energy. As we sell capacity, that is the power plant's capacity in the market, we also need to devise market products. This is something slightly far ahead from the Indian power market perspective, but definitely in international markets, flexible products are coming up, flexible RAM products are coming up, by which you can buy and sell those flexibility products in the market, in the electricity market. So you need to come up with those products in which some of the power plants can supply those ramping into the system when they are asked for, and they are getting paid for that. So they are paid heavily for maintaining that ramping capability in the system. So if you as a power plant are able to provide good ramping capability, you may get a good return for that capability that you are able to maintain. So such type of market products have to be developed. Another way is to have a shorter gate closure. If you talk about the market perspective, the closer you go to the delivery time, let's say you want to deliver at 3 o'clock during the day tomorrow, if the gate closure, that is the time at which you close the markets, that becomes quite close, then in that case, the opportunity to have a more realistic and an error-free forecast and an error-free balancing of the market it becomes easy. So you need to have a gate closure closer to the delivery time. But in that case, handling that system becomes a challenge, because let's say you are deciding the final schedule for 3 o'clock. For 3 o'clock delivery, you decide the final schedule at 2 o'clock. You hardly have any time left to reschedule the generators. Rather than that, if for delivery at 3 o'clock, you schedule them at 10 o'clock in the morning, definitely you've got 5 hours of time in which the generators can respond. But with a longer gate closure, the problem is that if there are any changes happening during those 5 hours, you cannot accommodate them. And going closer to the delivery time the challenge is that you cannot expect the power plants to respond faster. So you have to devise mechanisms by which you reduce the gate closure, you reduce the time at which you are doing the scheduling, and at the same point of time, you are able to create that flexibility from those power plants which are able to fulfill that demand, fulfill that ramping capability in the system. So this is one of the ways, these are some of the ways by which you can improve the operation of the system, operation of the grid as such. Obviously, these are some of the ways. The challenges, opportunities with the demand response side is, how do we do demand response? Demand response is by which the demand people, the customers, the industries, they start responding to the variations in the system. So if there is a scarcity of generation, we can ask the industrial power plant industries to reduce their generation, and they get paid for that. So demand response is a mechanism in which the loads are controlled to respond to the power imbalances by reducing or increasing their power demand. So whenever you feel, okay, your generators are not able to fulfill that demand, what do? You ask the load, come on, dear guys, your load, kindly reduce it or increase it so that whatever generation is available, we are able to balance it out with the demand. And we pay to you. So the system operator would pay to the demand response provider, to the industries who provide the demand response for their support in handling the grid. This helps in reducing the overgeneration, it helps in reducing the peak demand in the system, and it also helps in reducing the ramping capability required in the system. It is one of the cheapest options. You don't have to install new power plants. The only thing that you have to ask is for the customers to respond, change their demand. That is the only thing that you need to ask for. So part of the demand can be time shifted. You can ask them to use the same energy at different point of time, or simply switch it off or on according to the price signal. So whenever you feel that the demand needs to be decreased, rather than just going in for load shedding, you can simply request him to come on dear, you decrease your demand and we will pay to you for decreasing the demand. This helps us. It helps us in providing higher reliability and higher peak to average load ratio. The challenge is, if you want good demand response, you need to have better metering facilities on the customer side. You need to have better management system of the load on the demand side. You need to have proper contracts, you need to have proper markets, you need to have a proper policy framework. And then there are cyber security concerns as well. Because once the system operator is able to control the demand, control the load, sitting from his control room, then if anybody hacks that system, your power plant is automatically hacked. So these are some of the challenges that demand response opportunities. Obviously, it is cheaper, but there are challenges as well. Demand response, you can provide it by so many ways. You may have studied those by way of energy efficiency, by strategic load growth. Even the demand response program in itself, there are a variety of mechanisms. There are market-based programs, there are reliability-based programs. Reliability, we try to improve the reliability of the system, and we pay the system operator pays it to the customers. On the market-based program, there could be demand-side bidding, there could be real-time pricing. You would have heard these terms in some of the lectures. There could be real-time pricing. There could be critical peak rate, there could be time of use rates, and so on. So there are opportunities. There are opportunities by which you can. There are various mechanisms by which you can reduce the demand on the demand side. Another way is to provide flexibility from the generators. How do we provide flexibility from the generators? So obviously, if you are able to provide flexibility, if you are able to provide higher ramping capability from those generators, you can help the system improve its flexibility. What are those 4 ways? One way is to lower the minimum load. The problem is that all these thermal power plants, they have a minimum load at below which they cannot operate. So if it is a 100 megawatt coal-based power plant, typically it would not operate below 60 megawatt. Technically, they are termed non-feasible. It is the technical minimum below which they do not operate. So there are reasons for that. The reasons are a significant portion of the generation coming from the power plant is consumed by the auxiliaries of the power plant itself. So if it is a 100 megawatt power plant, it is quite possible that out of that, maybe 10% or 10 megawatt of that is already consumed by the auxiliaries of the power plant to run that power plant. So 10% is already gone. And even beyond that, there is a certain level below which, if you operate it, the cost of generation becomes significantly high, which is not what we call as an optimal cost of generation. It becomes high because the fixed losses, the fixed expenses in running the plant are so high that you cannot truly recover the cost of operating the power plant. That is something like running the power plant at a very low load. So when you are running the power plant, all the auxiliaries are running, the fixed cost, the fixed operating cost remains fixed. It does not decrease. But the generation is also not coming up, because whatever generation you are doing, it is being consumed by the power plant itself significantly. And the fixed cost becomes a prominent cost of operation. And the operating cost, the variable part of the operating cost, it is smaller. So that, because of that, usually the power plants are not operated below 60% of their capacities. But the way out could be to change the technology of those power plants such that those power plants are able to operate efficiently and economically, even if you are able to operate at, let's say, 40% of their capacities. This is one way of enhancing the ramping capability, enhancing the flexibility from those power plants. Another way could be to change the ramping capability of those power plants. We can improve the ramping capability of those power plants by improving their thermal performance of the tubes, whichever part creates a thermal constraint on operation, we can do that. We can have a shorter minimum up or down time. That is decreasing the minimum up and down time of the generators. That is, if the generator goes down, we try to maintain it in such a fast way that the time for which it goes down is reduced to the extent possible. That helps in maintaining the power plant on at most of the time, so that it has got the capability to provide ramping. So also shorter startup time. Usually a hydropower plant would take 3 minutes to start. A gas power plant's a similar time, maybe 5 to 10 minutes to start. As compared to that, a coal-based power plant may take anything between 4 hours to 24 hours to start. So it has got a very long startup time. And a nuclear power plant may typically take even more than that. So we need to have power plants which have got shorter startup time. The challenge with this is that these could be costlier. Obviously, when you are changing from a coal-based power plant, which is cheaper, to a gas-based power plant, which obviously the cost of operating that would be higher, though it can provide you a faster ramping. So decreasing the startup and shutdown time of the generators is one way of enhancing the flexibility of the system. So this is all that is defined here. System flexibility can be promoted through startup conventional units with high ramping capability, low minimum generation constraint, and short minimum up and down time constraints. Systems with large hydro and gas contributions, they are more flexible. Obviously, hydropower plants are more flexible. Gas power plants are more flexible. They can ramp up fast. So we need to have more hydro and gas power plants as compared to more coal and nuclear power plants, which are inflexible. Second part, as I was just discussing, the economic efficiency of coal-based power plants are typically, you attain the maximum efficiency at their 80% capacity. So if a power plant is 100 megawatt, the maximum efficiency that you can derive from those power plants is when their capacity, when their operating value is 80% of their full capacity. So if you're operating them, this is something similar to those motors. They have a certain range in which they are optimally operating, similar to your two-wheeler or four-wheeler. They give you a maximum efficiency in a certain range. For a two-wheeler, it may be, let's say, 40 to 60 kilometers per hour. For a four-wheeler, it may be somewhere around 50 kilometers to 50 to, let's say, 80 kilometers per hour. If you're operating those devices, those vehicles in that range, they would give you the maximum efficiency. Similarly, the power plants are also designed to give maximum efficiency at 80% of their capacity. So the way out is that the power plant should be able to give a similar level of efficiency at lower capacities as well. So even if you are operating the power plant at 40% or 50% of the capacity, it should give you 80% efficiency. If you can do that, obviously by way of retrofitting those power plants, then you can get the same level of flexibility which the other power plants can, which the gas or the hydropower plants can give. This has been tried in different countries. It has been tried in China, where they are retrofitting those power plants, thermal power plants. It is being done in India as well, where a lot of those traditional coal-based power plants, they are being retrofitted, and their technical minimum at which they are operating, it has been brought down from 70% to 55%. Earlier, the technical minimum was 70%. Now, even if you operate them at 55%, you almost get the same level of efficiency from those power plants. Similar experiences you can see in Germany as well. But then the challenge with this is it would cost you a lot. retrofitting, and the efficiency when you are operating at lower unit capabilities. The plant which is designed for 100 megawatt, if you are operating it at 40 megawatt, obviously the efficiency would not be as great as it would be while it is operating at, let's say, 80 or 90 megawatt. This is the challenge. The cost is involved. So flexibility is one part. We have to also take into consideration that the cost of operation remains reasonable. And so now what is the next big thing that is happening? The next big thing that is happening in this segment is going for storage. Put up energy storage systems. Why? Energy storage systems have the capability to ramp very fast. The batteries or all electric vehicles you see, you just switch them on, they start. You don't have to, neither do you have to put the kick, neither you have to put the throttle, you just have to switch them on and they start working. Because of the capability of energy storage to respond very fast, they are deemed to have the capability to provide fast ramping and quick start possibilities, to quick start capabilities. So because of that, energy storage systems, they are catching the eye of system operators, system planners. They are catching the eye to such an extent that over the 6 years from 2018 to 2024, a growth in energy storage, grid integrated energy storage, is expected from 12 gigawatt hour to 158 gigawatt hour within a period of 6 years. That is more than 10 times growth, 13 times growth within a period of 6 years. That is the level of growth expected in grid connected energy storage systems. The challenge is the cost, the investment. But the benefit, we have got a wide variety of such systems available. Some can be as small as in kilowatts, some can be as large as in megawatts. There are a variety of possible options. You would have heard about those options in different talks. You could have a mechanical energy storage system, you can have thermal energy storage system, chemical energy storage systems, mechanical, you have pumped hydro, flywheels, compressed airs, new technologies. A lot of investment is required. In thermal storage, you can store energy in the form of heat, ice, which can well be converted into electricity when it is required. In the chemical storage, in terms of solid state batteries or flow batteries, you can store them, convert them when you require that electricity. So the same battery which can store electricity, you can use that battery when you require energy supply from those. They can easily be used. Each technology has got its own benefit and the challenges. Pumped hydro, it is a mature technology. The costs involved are significant. Flywheel, they are quite powerful, but the challenges are with the mechanical stress issues, fatigue of those flywheels. It is not a robust technology that has been developed as of now. Compressed air, storing them, storage is the limitation for compressed air. They talk about salt caverns, they talk about oil fields to store compressed air. But still, the technology in itself has not matured enough to be used on a commercial scale. Flow batteries, yes, flow batteries are a good option. They are sustainable, they do not require significant space. The cost involved is also reasonable. They are picking up. Solid state batteries like lithium ion, the cost involved is significant. Still, with wider and wider uses, their utility in the grid is evolving, it is increasing. So also their placement in the grid is increasing. The challenge is obviously the cost. It is very costly. Options are to use it in a smart way. Use it for providing not only one single service, but use it to provide multiple services. Use it to provide several services at different point of time. That means the same battery may be used to provide one service at one point of time, another service at another point of time, yet another service at another point of time, and so on. Because storage is not required at all points of time. You don't require storage. The energy storage systems, they do not generate electricity, they only store it. The role of generation is for the generators. And the uses for energy storage systems comes for a very limited time. And rest of the time, they remain idle. And since they remain idle, they are not able to recover the investment cost that they have done. So the way out is to try to utilize them as and when possible, as and when the grid requires it, to maximize their utilization for providing what we call as multiple services rather than only providing one service. So this is something like you have bought a vehicle, you bought a car for taking your family out, but you not only use it for ferrying your own family, you hire it, you offer it on hire, you get revenue from that. You can also transport some stuff, luggage, you get money out of it. So you are using the same entity for providing multiple services so that it is utilized to the extent possible. And you can earn revenue such that the economics of that works in your favor. Economics of doing that investment is able to give you returns. Some of the services that energy storage can provide is on the bulk energy side, that is energy by way of energy arbitrage, by peak shaving, on the providing ancillary services like load following, voltage support, back start, frequency regulation, spinning reserve, etc. On the customer side, by improving their power quality, by improving the reliability. For the renewable generators, by helping them in firming their capacity or helping them in shifting their generation. So if you install a storage system along with a solar power plant or a wind power plant, if you've heard of the tenders, some of the tenders being floated by some of the state governments, when they ask for solar installations, now they've also started asking for whether the solar would come along with storage or not, such that the capacity of power that these renewable energy sources can provide, that firms up. And in case there is an excess of RE available, the batteries would get charged. And times when the RE is not available, these batteries discharge to provide the power. So such sort of services can also be acquired from the energy storage systems when they are in a position to help the penetration, help the renewable generators as such. This graph, you may have seen it at multiple points of time. Each energy storage technology has got its own characteristics. Some discharge over a longer period of time, some discharge in a very short period of time. Some of them have got large capacities. Some of them don't have that much of large capacity. Supercapacitors, they don't have large capacities. Whereas technologies like pumped hydro storage, they've got significant energy capacities in there. So depending upon what is the quantum of capacity, their utilization of those energy storage system varies. Out of the options that we have discussed till now, we can broadly classify them as supply side flexibility, demand side flexibility, flexibility from storage, flexibility from grid infrastructure, and flexibility from improved operations. So in this case, the flexibility from improved operation is obviously the cheapest option, in which you improve the hydrothermal coordination, you improve shorter dispatch intervals, you could have revised ancillary services requirements you can define, and you can have better RE forecast and other things. So that is the cheapest possible option that is available. The other option is on the supply side, in which you can retrofit the thermal power plants, you can have new flexible power plants, and so on. Yet other mechanisms, if you look at it from the cost perspective, demand response is the next one. Then you can go in for transmission expansion planning, you can install FACTS devices. you can install in energy storage, which is still more costlier. Or you can go in for sector coupling. We missed that part. What is sector coupling? You can see the fine line. It says hydrogen, heat pumps, and electric vehicles. Sector coupling is a new concept that is coming up. Sector coupling means that various energy sectors we join together. This concept comes up because in industrialized countries, in the developed countries, they use energy for heating purpose, cooking purpose, lighting purpose, and so many other ways. But they also have the multiple ways by which they can secure that. They not only have electricity lines coming to their houses, they also have gas lines coming to their houses, and they also have heat lines coming to their houses, pipes through which the heat flows. So when in the same house energy is being consumed in three different ways, in electrical, as in the form of electrical energy, in the form of heat energy, or in the form of oil energy, what they can do is they can have a combined system which can provide the same services, because heating can be provided by electricity, heating can be provided by gas heating, heating can be provided by oil heating, and so on. So when the same service can be provided by different energy vectors, so then what you can do is you can integrate those energy vectors to supply it in a joint fashion, such that if one of the vector goes down, that is if electricity is not available, the gas supply can be enhanced. Or if gas is not available, possibly the oil injection into the system, that can be improved. So somehow you supply energy to that house. Do not create any disruption to the energy that is being supplied to that house. And still you are able to maintain the grids or the networks in a reliable and a secure and a flexible way. So this is a concept of sector coupling, which is slowly picking up amongst researchers and planners, where they have started talking about coupling different energy sectors. And like electric vehicles are getting interconnected into the grid significantly. So we call it the integration of the transport sector with the electric sector. The benefit is that these electric vehicles, they can be used to provide energy when it is required into the grid. They can inject back into the grid these electric vehicles because they've got these batteries which can store energy. From the policy and market perspectives, we have a wide range of options available by which you can enhance the system's flexibility. So some of the ways by which you can handle that situation is, if you are targeting the variable renewable energy system, if the penetration is increasing, the RE penetration is increasing, what you need to do is have an integrated planning of the system. The RE planning has to be integrated. The locations have to be optimally identified. The technology mix has to be improved. The generation time profile has to be focused upon in a better way. System services, they have to be provided such that even if the RE penetration is going up and down, the system services help to maintain the grid security, and also higher DG integration can be ensured. From a planning and investment perspective, the flexible resources can be provided from the grid side, from the generation side, from the storage, or from the demand side. And apart from that, from the system and market operations perspective also, by improving the market operation of the electricity markets, you can also improve upon the flexibility in the grid. So we have new areas in which research is being taken up, not only at our places, our institute, but in other institutes as well. People are focusing upon new market designs, increasing the time granularity, innovative ancillary services, redesigning the capacity markets, This is again being talked about significantly in Texas. They didn't have a capacity market. India also doesn't have a capacity market. So do we need to have it? These are some of the questions that people are thinking on. Developing regional markets, integrating international connections, improved system operations from the distribution side, improved coordination between the transmission and the distribution system operators, improved RE forecasting, improving the line ratings of the transmission lines. These are some of the areas of research in this segment. And from a market perspective, allowing more aggregation to happen, allowing aggregators to join into the system, allowing what we call as peer-to-peer electricity trading, community ownership of systems, and models like pay-as-you-go models. These can help to rationalize the use of electricity and respond to the price signals when a person is expected, when a consumer is expected to respond to those. Some of the enabling technologies that we see, development of mini and microgrids, super grids, that is happening. We are talking about, Prime Minister Modi had talked about a concept, one sun, one world, one grid. That is a super grid. We are planning to integrate the Indian power grid with other grids internationally in other countries. So that would help us. That would help us to provide more reliable systems, which can have more flexibility into the grid. We can use technologies like blockchain, virtual power plants, vehicle to grids to enhance the capability of the grids, enhance the flexibility of these grids. The key takeaways from this talk: the large-scale RE penetration, we have understood that it poses new challenges and necessitates flexibility to manage the net load variations. Net load variations are obviously coming from the higher RE penetration. As of now, we have got insufficient flexibility in the system. We don't have that flexibility. And this may result in load curtailment or renewable curtailment. It may result in price spikes. It may result in ramp insufficiency events, thereby leading to load shedding. The way by which we can improve upon it is by improved operations, improved demand response, improved grid infrastructure, fast starting resources, energy storage, and so on. Coupling of sectors, coupling energy demand from heat, fuel, mobility, by using concepts like power to heat, converting power to heat, power to gas, and power to mobility. These are some of the sector coupling mechanisms that are evolving and that would help significantly in improving the grid flexibility. Then we need to develop new market products and business models to harness the flexibility of using those market products. We can harness the flexibility and integrate more and more renewable integration. These are some of the references, some key references, recent references from 2014, 15, 16, 18, 19, and so on, which shed a light on what is happening in this system over the recent years. So this is, I've taken a lot of your time, I think almost 1 hour, 15 minutes. I'm open to questions. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take those questions and respond to those.
So dear participants, if you have any doubt or if you have any queries, you can ask. That is there one by one.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a doubt regarding the virtual inertia. Sir, in power system, conventional power system, we have our conventional generators and all. These generators helps to maintain the stability of the system because they have their own inertia. It may be synchronous generator, it may be hydel power plant and all. But what about when we are shifting towards the renewable energy system? We are placing solar everywhere. We are placing battery storage devices, and these solar plants and battery storage devices does not have their inertia. So what happens if we shift towards the renewable energy system And if there is no inertia in the system, so what will happen with the stability of the system? And how we can provide the virtual inertia? Because I saw many papers on the virtual inertia, but I didn't get the concept of that virtual inertia.
The problem is arising because the renewable generators, they do not have inertia. So you need to secure inertia by one or the other way. And definitely that is another segment of research that people are focusing upon, and even the industry is facing. Industry is also likely to face this challenge sooner than later. So because of that, the problem with this solar and wind power plants is because they do not have their inertia of their own, you need to provide them inertia by one or the other ways. The challenges are similar to that of providing flexibility. So because of that, either there are two ways out. Either you have market mechanisms to provide inertia. That is, you create mechanisms by which you procure inertia from the market. This is one of the ways. Or you could have technical regulations to provide inertia, which is also adopted in several countries, wherein you may be of whatever technology, you may be a wind power plant, you may be a solar power plant, but from a grid operation perspective, you would be under an obligation to provide that inertia, which other power plants are also providing. How you secure that inertia is your problem. That means if a thermal power plant provides a certain level of inertia, a wind power plant should also be providing the same level of inertia into the grid. It should be injecting the same level of inertia into the grid. It may either create its own inertia or buy it from the other suppliers of inertia, such that if the inertia requirement, the regulation of the inertia requirement in the grid, that can be maintained.
That means it will be the whole responsibility of the generator. It may be solar, wind, it will be the responsibility of the generating station.
Yeah. Actually, as such, as such, maintaining systems inertia is system operator's responsibility. He has to see to it that this grid has got sufficient inertia. But the problem is that the system operator doesn't have the pockets to create inertia. The inertia obviously has to come from the generators. So some of the generators are providing it, other generators are not providing it. So what is the option available? Either you incentivize, that is, you create markets, you pay them. Either you create markets, you incentivize other generators to provide the shortfall of inertia that is being created because of high RE penetration, high solar penetration. Or the second way could be by way of regulation, by which you instruct all generators to provide a certain level of inertia, irrespective of the generation technology that they own. So whether you are a wind power plant or a solar power plant, you will have to provide inertia of certain minimum level.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, myself Arpon Noshkor from NIT Durgapur. Sir,
Yeah.
I am asking, sir, what is the meaning of this capacity market? Means what is this actually?
Yeah, this is quite been talked about. What is the capacity market? What we have right now are energy markets in which energy is traded. But when we have these power plants and when we do these contracts, you see, when we get very simple terms, when we get an electricity connection, we get an electricity connection of so much kilowatt, 3 kilowatt, 2 kilowatt connection. And we pay a fixed cost for the connected load and a variable cost for the variable generation that we are consuming, variable demand that we have got, energy that we are consuming. Similar to that, on the market side, we can have markets in which not only energy is traded and energy is paid in terms of kilowatt hour. We can have markets in which the generators, they supply the capacity that as and when required, if any generator requires, if any system requires a certain level of capacity, that means in case of any contingency, if there is a requirement, the generator maintains that capacity. The generator may be of 100 megawatt. It maintains 20 megawatt of capacity spare, such that at any point of time, if that capacity is required to supply energy, then that generator can supply that energy of that capacity. In that case, the generator has to maintain that capacity spare in the system. It is something similar to maintaining reserve capacity. So the generator maintains a certain reserve capacity at all points of time, such that at any point of time, if the system operator faces a contingency, he can ask the generator to switch on or increase its generation. Normally, the generator does not operate, does not use that 20 megawatt, but only in case of contingency it uses it, and it gets paid for. It gets paid for two things: one, maintaining that capacity, and second, to supply that energy. So it gets paid for two things at the same point of time. This is what is the capacity market, and there has been a talk of creating a capacity market in Indian condition as well. We have started these capacity markets in the UK market. There are these capacity markets in the US markets as well. Some countries have it, some countries unfortunately don't have it. So whenever there is a contingency, these countries face this problem, that they need capacity in the system. That is why the term capacity market keeps on coming in discussion often.
Thank you, sir. Excuse me, sir. One student is there, Preeti Das. She has asked a question that she want to know that is there any distinct ancillary market provision in India?
Market side, unfortunately not, but on the regulation side, yes. The regulatory mechanisms, they define, as of now, they define that these power plants should be supplying the ancillary service. What is happening is, when we had a vertically integrated industry, the ancillary services were being provided by the generators. There was no issue in that. But the moment we shifted over to a restructured power system in which the markets are coming up, private generators are coming up, nobody is supplying that reactive power. And there is a scarcity of ancillary, there is a scarcity of reactive power in the grid, and obviously we need that ancillary service. As of now, we don't have a market. There are discussions going on for developing the ancillary service market. There is a white paper and discussion papers on CERC's website. One can go and understand that. Things would evolve in the next few years when we would have more ancillary services, a better ancillary service market evolving in the system. As of now, we don't have that.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. The next participant he has also asked one question like, does the self-consumption strategy of renewable energy implementation in the distribution network will not impact the system stability? Currently, we have a technology where the inverter can be set so that no power will be injected to the grid.
I'm not very sure what this self-consumption strategy for RE implementation is there. But yes, we do have inverters so that the power does not get injected into the grid. But then we have installed a power plant. And if we are not utilizing the power generation from the power plants, obviously we are doing a harm to ourselves only. So, frankly speaking, I could not understand the question completely. We have technology where the inverters can be set so that no power will be injected into the grid. Does the self-consumption of power implementation? Okay, if you are talking about the flexibility perspective, But why? But as such, the policy is to have as much as RE integration into the grid. So if you restrict the RE generation from injecting into the grid, the benefit of that investment is lost. Why would we go in for that situation?
Hi, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, I'm the one who asked about this question. For example, currently in Malaysia, we implement a lot of renewable energy for the factory and so on and so forth. And we come up with the strategies, what we call it as a self-consumption, means the customer can install the solar PV, but after that, just for the sake for their own use. So our utility not allowed them to inject the power to the grid. So if I'm not mistaken, since we got that restriction, automatically it won't affect the system flexibility. Am I right?
Can you just repeat the last two sentences?
Okay, the idea like this. For example, in Malaysia, currently, in order to encourage people to install PV, the government allowed all the factory, the end user at the distribution side to install renewable energy, but they need to use by themselves. Means that self-consumption.
Okay.
They cannot inject to the grid.
Yeah.
So in other words, since if the government state about that regulation, automatically it won't affect the utility flexibility. Am I right?
Yes, you are right. But then the investment that the renewable generation has been made, the investment for renewable generation has been made, that would be lost.
Yeah, they can self-consumption, they can use by their own, but they cannot inject.
They cannot inject into the grid. Once they cannot inject into the grid, then obviously the benefit, because the investment has already been done. Now, if you don't use it, that investment is going waste.
Yeah, but maybe that is one of the strategies to make sure that the utility flexibility won't be affected.
Yeah. That obviously is to restrict so that these RE generators, they do not impact the operation of the grid. Well taken. But the problem is that it doesn't benefit the person who has made that investment. That is the difference. If in a country like India, where they have allowed them to be inject as much power as they can generate, so the challenge challenge about flexibility is much higher. And if you do not allow them, then the flexibility challenge doesn't arise. But then the benefit of that investment that you have made, you cannot derive that benefit. This is the problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone who want to ask the question?
Yeah, so good evening, sir. So this is Kiran from Andhra Pradesh State. So one of your talk, you said that to increase the flexibility of the system, one of the way is improve the operations of the system by using different combinations. One of the combination is like the combination of RES, that is renewable energy sources, plus hydro plus gas turbine system.
Yeah.
So that's the one option we have given, and other option is RES plus thermal plus nuclear combination. So you said that the first option is best when compared with the second one. Okay. So in the first option, if you take up the RES as well as the hydro, both to get the power out of these two sources. So both are uncertain in nature. So how can I improve these? What is called the operations with respect to the flexibility of the system?
Although I would not have specifically said that this one is better than this. Actually, it all depends upon what are the circumstances. If you are talking about hydropower plants, it depends if they are runoff power plants or they are storage power plants. Usually, when we are talking about a country like India, most of the power plants, they are storage power plants. We have the dams, we store the water. So that gives us a significant level of energy storage in the system. And you can operate them, ramp up, ramp them down, as and when the system requirement changes. So that gives us that flexibility. The gas power plants, they give us the flexibility because they can be ramped up and ramped down fast. As compared to that, renewables, they do not give us any flexibility Nuclear power plants, they are stiff, they cannot be varied, they do not give us flexibility. Coal-based power plants are flexible to a certain extent, but not as flexible as hydro and gas power plants. That is the situation. Did I say something else other than this?
Yeah, absolutely. It is right, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, anyone, again, if you want to ask the question, you can ask. Okay, thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring talk on power system flexibility. Hope the participants have learned a lot about the basics of renewable energy and its influence on power system. Um, sir, you have been always a source of inspiration for a number of young researchers and students. And then once again, thank you very much for gracing us with your talk in this workshop. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the patience hearing and thank you for the questions. In fact, it is it's good that I see so many participants attending this event. Thank you for hosting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I'm handing over the mic to Suryakant and Damni for further process.
Thank you all for attending this session. And thank you so much, sir, for giving your very interesting view on power systems. So the next session will start at 4:30. The topic of the session is use of intelligent techniques in electric power system, some random technical issues under the new paradigm of the smart system, which will be given by Professor Nidal Sinha from NIT Silchar. You can take a break and join in later, or you can stay here. So thank you so much, and the next session will start at 4:30.
So do you share any feedback links for this session?
So the feedback link will be sent to you after 6 p.m. when both the sessions will be over.
Sure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. And we are very pleased that you have joined to grace our workshop. And this is our first session, second session. And now I am handing over to Suryakant and Damini to for the further proceedings of the workshop. Damini, are you there? Okay. No issue. So, Professor Nitul Sinha is obtained his BE degree in the electrical engineering from Tripura Engineering College, now NIT Sikkim. He obtained his MTech degree in power apparatus and systems from IIT Delhi in 1989 and PhD degree from Jadavpur University on application of intelligent techniques for power system optimization. Currently, he is professor of electrical engineering at National Institute of Technology, Silchar. His current research interest includes power system optimization, automatic generation controls under conventional and deregulation environment, application of soft computing techniques and technical forecastings, case-based reasoning, intelligent instrumentation. Sir is delivering his expert lecture on the topic of use of intelligent techniques in power systems and some random technical issues under the new paradigm of now I am handing over to you for your expert lecture. Thank you, sir. Sir, now you can start your lecture. Sir, are you audible? Sir, are you audible? Sir, the voice audible to you? Now you can start your lecture. Oh.
Hello.
Yes, sir, we are audible now.
Good afternoon, team colleagues of NIT Sikkim and other colleagues from other institutes and the participants. I would like to take this opportunity, to share some of my feelings, specifically. Uh, we talk of so many things there, so many new and so smart or other way hi-fi talkings there, and I'd like to relate it to the ground, that we can say that one is that fundamental ground rules are there, and that gap between that, what we talk about today is a lot of new things there. And how do they get interface with that fundamental principles there, and that was my issue there, and I was not interested to share about that, what are the new things going on that, or presenting some of the works carried out recently and under my supervision or whatever way, because that is the research work, and at the same time I'd like to that address to that, that where is the gap, where we are leading to, and where is the gap, and which must be consolidated, so that like we should know that where do we stand, and then even where we move, but move forward, that that interface should be very clear to all of us. So, and because of that, some of the fundamental issues, technical issues that which I'd like to share with, specifically because specifically that the new researchers, even new faculty also, they will be the researchers, and when you have that with specifically research scholars and maybe that MTech students, and of course down the line BTech, not MTech student, even nowadays with BTech also one can do the PhD. There is no limit, something like that, in terms of the capabilities. So this will that I'd like to, I don't know how many of that that issues I'll be will be able to address for that, but anyway, that I'll try my level best to address some of the very that promising tangible things there. So it is what the topic is, I know that displayed here, given that one is of intelligent techniques there, because that is the that you know today's world, that the term is what smart or smart everything means. People want to be smart, or we want the society to be smart, and every individual want to be smart or something like that. So that the technique in electrical power system from that sense, so then the ultimate, what are the technical issues there related to that, which we should not forget, or that what I should like to share that that because that makes me that have a feeling to share with you, that that something like, before we start of that, that when I was in an interview for as an expert, and then one of the candidate was appearing for professor post, and he was telling about that he was by that time he was having 18 PhDs produced in his credit, and good number of books, chapters, or something like that is there. So just imagine that a person who has produced the 17 18 PhDs there. Just my question to him was that, I'm not means 18 PhD means what, there will be PhD thesis will be there. Every thesis will be having at least 3 to 4 contributory chapters, contributory chapters means contributory topics are there. So just imagine that, 3 to 4 into 17 or 18. Just imagine that how many new things, he has been associated with that. So my question was, you just tell me out of that, not 18, you just pick up any one topic out of so many topics, so many chapters, so many topics there. Just tell me about one topic and which you feel like to implement in today's situation in electrical power system. How will you start up? Where is the beginning? How can you, proceed with that? Where is the starting point and how one can go ahead with that one? The reply was simply smiling face. Reply was smiling face. This is the situation of that type of thing that, sometimes frustrate, our, we people like that. Means what? Because I am also basically a teacher, so end of the day I have to see about that. Is like how much I could, I could do something, in translating that, whatever I have acquired or whatever, I learned about something like that. How much of that I could, you know transfer it to my students. Something like that is there. So anyway, because of that, means what, I'll see that, because there are gamut of topics and issues will be there. I'll just try to, of course, some of the cases I'll just, raise the questions and leave that one to you people to find the answer. Some will discuss, some I'll just raise the questions and points. And you are, because as of now everybody knows that, that today's digital world is so strong, so, the versatile, one can easily get the answer. I don't know that whether the answer will be correct or not. Anyway, so that agenda is not, that means maybe some agenda has to be there for any talk or something like that. Because of that I have just picked up something like that is there. So these are something like, that intelligent techniques will be there, which I'll not discuss on that. I'll just talk about only that. I'll just, no, without detailing, I'll just mention about the techniques, and then that when that, application things will be, applications of these techniques will be, coming up as we, progress with the proceed with the presentation. And probably in that case I'll let you know about that, the relevancy, and in the the prospects will be there, and then what are the, that the future, prospects for exploiting that, their potential use. Okay. Then smart electric power system. That is what we'll start up with, that one, which is that ultimate aim of, that all electrical engineers. Now, we want to be what? Smart. So whole our electrical, world should be smart. So that is what we see for that. So, and of course, during that lecture, discourse of the say, that this program, you will come to know about so many new things, about new developments in electrical engineering. Okay. So, that I'll only what that just, try to ignite your mind to the inquisitiveness or different, inquisitive, issues there. So that, like, you can try to inculcate your, mind, and then to come up with the new ideas or new, that the topics, and so that will open up the new opportunities. Okay. So this is how we'll start up with a smart electric power system. Then that smartness has to percolate through the every part of electrical power system. Okay. So there are many pockets wherein that smartness has yet to go into that. The problem is what, when we talk about so many smartness and other things there, what is the, bottom line? Bottom line of that, one should never forget of that there. Okay. So that is what, of course, it's the use. So I it not be, possible for me also to address all. So I'll just see that some of that part will be, that the issues will be, that are, of course, purely technical part will be addressed to that. Okay. Then, of course, what that microgrid and its impact, or not only that, even that will go for the some other, the recent developments, or the nano grid, or even one can think of the, in terms of the size, we can call the pico grid or something like whatever it is there. So again, that's smartness has to be all this has to go into that different level is there. And then of course renewable energy sources and their impact, this comes in there, because we think of microgrid, nanogrid, everything there with that renewable energy sources. That is ultimate one, means we have to look for the sustainable way of mitigating energy necessity, or even not only that sustainable way of our life. And where is where we want that our the energy requirement of our everyday that necessities, that has to be met in such a way, in a sustainable way. So that is how that these are areas where the intelligence can be exploited, and it is being exploited. Okay, so I would like to just okay there also, I'll just, because many things will be known are known to you. So what I would like to address to that, some of that one is what maybe the similar way you can extrapolate or extend that one is there. I'll just go for some directions, and same thing can be extended to different direction, different way, and you come up, you can apply your reasonings, reasonings, then so that you can try to find out the answers on your own. It is not great things there. Of course, when one has to go for implementation of the technicalities, other things there, one has to of course go for that detailed part of that is there. But first and foremost requirement of this a macroscopic way of dealing with the thing, so that what you have to have that the global that understanding about the whole system as such there. In addition to the having the detail of the some of the subsystems will be there. Okay, and then when we go for this one, so when we go for the exploitation of all these things there, then we have to go for the different controllers used for that. Controllers are supposed to be, when we go for the smartness means, so which calls for first and foremost requirement of smartness is what that which calls for that the information, that the information highway and the information exchange, lot of smarter way or very efficient way of information. Okay, information exchange of that one, and then use of the information, okay, in an efficient way, so that one can come up with that what intelligent decisions. Intelligent decisions are there, and then that decisions must be implemented, okay, technically. That calls for that one, the controllers will be there, you have that, is that. And the different type of controllers I am not going for that is there, so one can go for the different type of controllers will be there. And then I have, okay, because these are the things I am not going, means what that I could go for that, but no, just I just want to avoid that one, because that somebody has proposed for controller, then PID controller, then you go for the fraction PID controller, 2 degree of, so many other things, means these are the things, means what development improvement from one controller to other controller is I have doubts about that how much, because we go for improvisation of that, because we have to do it for publishing papers, so that you get SCA publications, you get your degrees, PhD, master, or then you get what the promotions, these and all these issues will be there. I'm not going to that. Bottom line is what are the technical impacts of the controllers across the domain or across the system, and when one has to exploit the intelligent techniques, that you go for intelligence, nothing but the greediness. That all people are becoming intelligent means what? Not intelligence. They that misuse. We can say that one is the greediness is nothing but the too much greediness is the misuse of intelligence. Anyway, that means what? So that may result into technical, some catastrophic, situations in technical world, as in electrical power systems there. Okay, that some of the issues also will be addressed for the similar to that one is there. So even those slides may be there, some of that, so we may not be in a position to cover up all the things there. Anyway, I do not know that how much of that will be covered. So because while going for that, I'll go as the things come up for that, I'll try to discuss, address to the different issues there. This is the definition, that definition, what is that one, I have taken from the net only, and I have what any smart system is the definition of any every smart system there. And you go for the smart energy system, smart that electric power system, is I have made it, that is the modified for that is there, nothing that all other things are exactly same, only one modification I have made here is that people talk about smart system there, and that definition always what is, I'm just talking about that IEEE or the international that level definition from there. It is what it is the objective of any smart system is what is the merging of communication and then communication and with the system in an intelligent way is there. So basically what we have to have a system, and there has to be a communication network there, which will allow for the back and forth across that information exchange of that one, sharing of information. And because the information about the thing or about that element we want to do anything there. So that is what first requirement, back and forth exchange of information provisions must be there. There must be well established efficient communication network, and then there has to be system there. So the system, every component of the system should have well communicated provision there, communicated infrastructure should be there. And then I have added this one is the in this whole part is that intelligence is the essence of everything there. It is something like that you just make a robot there, you make a robot, okay, where he will have the so many components will be there, everything will be there, head, legs, so many, everything with the eyes, ears, everything is there. So through eyes you'll collect information, through ears you'll collect info, all these things there, through legs also, through hand you'll collect information, and then it will be collected for them. Your whole thing is there. Just remove that one intelligence. There is no intelligence. It is something like what you have a baby is there without intelligence. Okay, that will never be smart. So essence of everything, even we may have everything there, well connected, well informed, well that infrastructure and everything is there, but without intelligence it is nothing like this. Okay, so smartness is the very essence of the whole. Smartness comes in the intelligence is there. And then of course that we can think of that something like that we talk about so say of course the intelligence can be misused for that. We want that smart system there, but instead of smart energy system, it may be what mm, it may not be, it is something like smart intrusion detection system. So instead of smart intrusion detection system, and another one may be what intelligent intrusion system. You understand that one is not detection. You just intrusion means what, that the detection avoidance system. That is what, something like that. There is a misuse of the intelligence or something like that. So that is the essence of everything there, to look for that is there. Anyway, that is what from technical point of view, as I said about that is there. So this is next part is what we I'll just go for that is there. This is I've taken from same one as I have said, because most of the many slides I have taken from the nets or something like that, and which I would like to just relate it in my objective of what in my objective of what's sharing of the technical challenges and technicalities in saying that considering gamut of things happening in an integrated way, coordinated way, in a system which is one of the most complex systems. Why complex? Because it covers up so many things are there, and another thing is the very area vast geographical location, and millions of people associated with that, millions of customers or something like that, that type of thing. So that makes things very very complicated and something like the challenging one is there. Okay, so what are the things there in that one that smart system requires means what okay, the first thing is what it has to have real-time simulation is different. It's okay, we'll talk about the real-time simulation. Okay, before that one is what that when we say about the wide area reliability that is there, that has to be first and foremost, that one is the system. Because when we talk about the system or smart system means what, it is a system which is in operation. It is a system in operation. When we talk about that a system in operation means what, that all decisions, every decision making things and events must be very very challenging one. In the sense means what, like we just talk about the real-time simulations there. When you go for email real-time simulation, and some of you might have done, oh, what is that single one the one machine infinite busbar system, two machine busbar system. Oh my god, you just think of that means, or even simple a state electricity board system also may have number of generator, number of generating station, number of generators with number of substation, number of transmission line, so many transformers, so many switches, so many switching stations, so many loads and like that is there. So And so when we think of that one, of course, nowadays it is to some extent it is possible to come up with the real-time solutions like with the PSCAD and ETAP and something like that is there. But the essence of this one is what you go for any type of the solutions must be what within a specific time requirement there. Otherwise, that the result of this simulation will be meaningless for that. By the time result is available, which can be made use for the some real-time decision making process. If the situation changes by the time result is available, there's no point of getting for that is there. Anyway, so that is main real time for the and the thing is the first and foremost requirement of the real time simulation is what that its solution time should be as fast as possible. Of course, it is trying to make from as fast as possible, because some simulation may give in the millisecond, some simulation may give in the in seconds, something like that. So means what it is, why it is vague means what, that some situation, whatever the, if we get that for the some simulation software or some situation with a given the complexity of the system, if we get the results in seconds there, it may be what, it may be acceptable, because given the system dynamics, given situations there and dynamics there, which can be the results whatever obtained, that can be of relevance there. We can make use of that one so that we can come up with that
Excuse me, sir.
right, or the technical solution decisions, appropriate decisions we can take from that. But the thing is what, same one means what, for some other applications, no, that the in second time solution will be what, by that time means what, system is like there's some transient situations will be there, it will be running in the few milliseconds like that is there. So by that time that the results are available in second time, the system will collapse, nothing doing, that's useless for that is there, no point of that. So that issue, so when you go for that, so what is that, what is the essence of that, all real-time simulation softwares, what is the essence of that from technical point of view?
Excuse
The
me,
first
sir.
one is what is the event for which we want to apply for that. Okay, first and foremost requirement is there, why do we want real-time simulation? So what are the events,
Sorry to
what are the
interrupt.
issues
Excuse me,
for
sir.
which we want real-time simulations? That should be kept in mind. One has to understand that. You see, we can make software. Okay, what is real-time simulation? Okay, just go for the address for some of the things, because we have to address some of the, because I'm just going fundamental. Anyway, I'll just you have to keep in mind. This is what I say, that one is there. Like real-time simulation means what are the situations, why one should go for real-time simulation? What is real-time simulation? What is the essence of that? What are the challenges in that one is there? What is done in that? All these issues must be in your mind, in your mind. So all simulation, not only real time, every simulation, any simulation, that one, if it is a mathematical computer simulation, it must be based on mathematical model. So that the real time simulation is nothing but solution of the mathematical equations there in a computer. Okay, so it depends on that. So every system has to be what, to simulate in a computer must be represented with a mathematical model. Next
Excuse me,
question
sir.
is what, that if we go for every, even a very simple you know very simple that physical system also, that will be also non-linear. So we just like you can see about that, so many simplest examples, the bookish examples are given, all are physical, every examples or incidents are non-linear. So when we think of the power system there, where is a lot of elements are there, a lot of non-linearities are there, just imagine that the complexity will be there. In that case, that we come up with a solution means mathematical model to represent the event. You see, we want to represent an event or machines or number of machines together. All these things we want to represent with a mathematical model. So to see about that, how accurate is the mathematical model. If it has to be very accurate, it will be more and more non-linearities will be there. If you go for more non-linearities, simply the solutions will be toughest one. It will be challenging. So the getting solutions in millisecond, nothing doing, no way, no way it is possible. You will go for the missing seconds to then minutes or thing like that, even in hours also sometimes, like depending on that. So essence is what is the task, what is the event we want to go for that, and what type of model one has to understand for that is there, and what type of mathematical model. So when I say the model means it is a mathematical model, what type of model, what is the degree of that non-linearities, So that means what degree of nonlinearity depends on the what are the level of accuracy you go for that. Accuracy you go for that is there. Anyway, these are the things that the issues which must be kept in mind when one goes for that real time simulation is there. Okay. So okay. Uh, because if you go for that even RT11 and all these issues do come up for that type of thing is there. Okay, that issues must be there technical. Okay, then okay, why did your reliability occur that when you have a gamut of this one different that
Hello.
whole system is what it is spread out in the different geographical area, that one is there, so that integrated infrastructure should be what the connectivity across that in terms of that information collection, information way controlling, all the things should be what that so well uh, managed, or that reliability has to be what enforced, for the reliability has to be ensured for that is there. And system optimization is what that is a quite quite that broad enough and there's a widened area there is what so optimization can be applied to anything and everything there, of course. So that you talk about anything and everything, as I said, we can go for that is there, so one can go for the optimization, that one is there. Then of course customer participation is another part, as we said about that is that when we talk about the system means so smart means not customer, everyone must be able to participate. Ideally, theoretically, everyone should be vibrating, in a something like that. Every element in the system will theoretically, you can understand that you can think that every element is what that having the potential to contribute, every element. So whatever way it is there means what, so we have to think on that is what they do. Well, that so the customer is also one part of that is there. So that is what one has to go for that theoretically, for that then go for the limitation of that, ideal one, then go for that realistic one, then go one after one, they try to what based on the technical limitation, just opt out this, opt out this, opt out, like that is how we come up with the lastly come up with that what is tangible, what is possible as of now, what is that as of now, given the technical capabilities, technical that possibilities there, what is the today's smart systems there, one has to understand for that. Okay, then again same we also participate in the energy market. Okay, this is one part is there. Energy market, it's not energy market, it is not energy market, it is a market one. You see, that whole thing must be what there, that what is energy market then? Its market is nothing but it is the monetary aspects there. You go for anything and everything, you propose for anything and everything there. If it is not viable, what do you understand by viability? What do you understand by viability? Viability means what? Whatever we develop or design in our concept or theoretical everything there, it will be viable only when what it is used by the society, and not only used by that, it is usable by the society. It is not that means what the same one there and its cost to be very high there will be no taker, nothing doing. It is a meaningless for that is there. So that system, whatever system we are proposing, we are designed for that, it will not be sustainable. So that is the issue for that. That old days, that electricity in that conventional paradigm, that electricity was there. It has migrated to that one, that market conditions there. So forget about electricity, electrical the power system network there. Forget about electrical network there. Nowadays, everything means what the market participation is very mandatory. It is going to be made in future also. Probably even IITs and IITs also government is planning for that one. It's all government departments section should be also going for that type of participation of that public in that, like it is something like there is other way, like there is there means what that concept comes in, like that there is no free lunch. You
Excuse me,
go to
sir.
body in university, that you
Excuse me,
find
sir.
some professor, you simply approach that professor for clarification or justification or something
Hello.
like some
Excuse
elaboration
me,
of that.
sir. Sir, excuse
Simply
me, sir.
there is no free lunch.
Hello, sir.
That means what? That only when what you make that one is that financially viable, that is made possible only when what the participation is what or marketized concept creeps into that one is there. Otherwise you just, if you can look for that is there that many things there, so many things, so many departments. This is the example, live examples of failure of that, that the conventional way of without participation of the markets and other like that is there. That is the concept for that is there. I'm not going for
Excuse me,
so many issues. All of you may be knowing also that who are the students, they know very well, and of course in future you will be teachers, and you know that also there are many teachers who just like that. Whatever things happen in the government and something like that, it can never, one cannot, faculty or person cannot imagine in private or other organizations where accountability is much more stronger for that. Anyway, so that type of things that comes in for that is that there has to be. So every system has to have what that participation in the market condition. Market means what? Competition. You see, allow the competitions there, and then only what that the system is ideally supposed to flourish on that. This will progress, go on, improvising, and different every element of that one is there. That is what again that use of intelligence in the positive sense, not negative sense, positive sense. So same way you go for intelligence and then go for that fine tuning that, or that exploiting the intelligence so that what the improvised performance can be achieved for that. That is what. Anyway, that same thing there we go for that is what I'm not going for that. The face art and all the things there. This also you may see that this also I've taken from some one.
Sir,
Okay,
your
this is
slides are not
one-way interaction,
visible.
whereas
Sir,
the
excuse me,
smart is
sir.
on every way, not other than not other way. The back and forth, two-way, not only two-way, it's every way. We can think of that means every way. It is not two-way. You see, you say that what is two-way means what? Supplier to demand. It's not
Excuse me,
like that. The
sir.
two-way communication is the other way also like
Excuse
that.
me,
It's
sir.
demand to demand. It's a
Sir,
consumer to consumer to
Sir,
consumer. One consumer to many consumers. What not? So many like that is there. Go for exploitation of the is the information. That is something like an explosion in the information that one has to take place for that is there, so that like one can make the best use of that information available, so that you see that are the things different. Anyway, that perspectives are there. Once you have the information about the time, you go for the analysis of the time information, see that one can
hello.
exploit that
Excuse me, sir.
part of that
Excuse me, sir.
that
Please
information
change the
available,
slide.
and then
Sir,
uses and everything. So many things there.
sir,
Everything
please
can
change
be
the
what
slides.
one can capture that
Hello. Sir,
nature
please
strength
change
and
the
all those things
slides.
can be exploited for that, so that we can improvise that our system performance. Okay, that is what. And we know that our ultimate objective is what we have to come up with that. Not only that today, of course, some of you might have already realized for that is that what we are facing today is that one is that like scarcity of the conventional electricity and thing like that. One has to look for that that the renewable one, not renewable, or okay, renewable way, or is the sustainable way. It's not renewable. So one should say that most appropriate term is the sustainable way of that mitigating our requirements, day-to-day requirement for that.
Sir, please change the slides.
Or for every and any effort, any effort that we want to make, because we want to do anything requires efforts. Every effort requires energy. That where from the energy has to be given for that is there. It is not only generation, that you just simply remove the wastage will be. It is something like the weakness converted into that strength. It is something like losses of one thing will be made that one gain of something like that is what. Loss of energy in one part will be made with gain of energy in another part. So that is what. So Is it changing? Hello,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
is it changing?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Now it
sir.
is changing, sir.
Hey, nobody is talking about. This is what this presentation. Hello,
Hello, sir. Yes, it is changing.
is it visible? Sir, slides are visible.
Sir, it is visible.
Hey, this is what this. I don't want to hurt.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Now it is audible.
Now it-
Now it is audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Slides are also moving. Slides are moving.
No, sir. You first. Your slide is not presenting now.
Okay, it is disconnected or something like that is there. Anyway, I'll see that. Okay, I'll see that.
Yes, sir. Now it is fine.
Is it moving?
Yes, sir. It is moving now.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. You, sir, can you please please you can go on the slides full screen for the slide.
Oh, full screen. Okay. Now is moving? Is it moving?
No, sir.
Huh?
No, sir. It is not moving now.
Oh, then there is a problem. No, that is what I was just doubting for that. No, that I just went to intentionally. I made it like that is there. There is some problem. I don't know what is that, because this one is moving and then
Okay, sir. Now it is moving. Sir, keep it
yes,
like.
yes, it is moving that one, not slide presentation mode.
Okay, sir. No issues. We can. We are comfortable.
Okay, I can just extend that one. The size that I'll just extend it. Okay.
Okay.
No.
Okay, sir. It's fine.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, so I'd like to this one. Okay. These are the things again. I have gone for that. Some of that anyway. That I just later. Okay. From here itself also there are many things. You know that this is what uh, that which is smart energy is what. Okay. That some of that the prized benefits of updated smart energy technology. This is what. Okay. I'll just say about that is there a more diverse power supply. That supply has to be diverse. Why power supply has to be? Diversity is required in the power supply. That is a technical requirement. This is not only technical. This is what even that our we say about that smartness, something like that is there, which has to be more capable. In the sense means what? There of course the diversity is also another we can say about that. One is that higher diversity means that more capability. It is something like that. That's. That is the concept is given for that is there. So we want to have, this is the concept of what one has to go for centralized power supply system generation to distributed generation, DER or something like that is what one has to go for. That is there because there are so many issues that did come for that is that causes for that collapse of that or failure of that decentralized power systems there, which calls for that is there anyway. Radiation, air pollution, and all the emissions. That okay. Anyway, that all these things coming for that. That when you go for that the diverse power supply or generation there, then only you can go for that means what renewable in a small amount of also power generation also will be very treated to be an important contributor for that is there. So that is what the distributed energy distributed energy generations or power generation. That is what they. So that will of course that will allow us for going for the renewable type or sustainable way of that. It is of course generation point of view the renewable sources there. Okay, but sustainable is a bigger term there. It is a wider term compared to that is there. And of course that is what they, and then going independence for energy is okay. That is what there is. Anyway, I'm not going for this there for it. Okay, that is what there is. Okay, that is what was already done for that is there. I'm not going for that some part because these are technical issues, not non-technical issues. This is simple. One has to keep in mind that is there. Okay, current infrastructure and all this is what which has to require for that is there. You have to go for that massive infrastructural upgradation, which will allow that back and forth information exchange. So that will be allowing for that is there. And of course, okay, that I will not be touching on the PMUs and something like that is of course maybe I'll feel that it is more relevant. One has to keep in mind that talking about smart PMU, smart energy, and all the smart grid, all these things, talking hi-fi things there. And bottom line is what you see that the PMU is not a reality. It will be a reality in future. That in future when the things come up for that specifically go for that the bottleneck in that also that PMUs also bottleneck also means what you have to have a dependence on the communications there that and then when you go for the PMUs there, the PMUs will allow us what getting that the information of the whole power system, which we are supposed to get that one from load flow studies of that. So that also of course technical issue for that is that that development of PMU is it going to what that make that load flow studies irrelevant or obsolete or something like that. That is the issue of. Okay, because PMUs of course that will enable us. The problem with PMU is still today people are not switching or they're fearing much to switch over is what that that also that the root flow study that all competitions which are mathematically done, which can be done through the PMUs there, and which is what the specifically voltage measurement can be done, can be made. You can have the so many voltmeter and other like this across that, and through the smart meter which can be exchanged. Information about the voltage of that one is can be exchanged. But who will give you the phase? So phase, because phasing requires from the time perspective, that phasing requires means what there has to be time reference, because it will be what we have to see about that is the the space angle and time angle thing. That concept comes up for that is there. You have a space angle which is relevant only inside a machine. When you have a rotating machines there, both space angle and time angle is relevant. Whereas the moment you come out from there is on the line, on the transmission line as such, there is no rotational element there. The transmission line, it is never space angle. It is what, it is always what, you have the time angle. So ultimately what we have to go get that information about the phasor requires that there has to be time reference for that. And the question is what, who will ensure for the time reference and then collection of the information across that one from the across the network for that. Getting for that one is every vital point of that one is that that the points in the network there, you get that, you know, metered that one, that information is to be collected at one location, then go for that is there. And that information, if there is a bottleneck of the information, something goes wrong with the information with respect to the reference. Suppose you have that information of the one voltage signal of that one from voltage transducer at one point there, and then another node, another like there is there. So that in that case, what with respect to time reference is what, if suppose the time reference information gone, link failure happens there. Where from the things will come? Nothing doing. It's gone. So you have again go for the resynchronization, and going further, all the issues are there. So these are the issues, technical issues for that is there. But the thing is what, it will be reality. And so what we have to do is we have to go for redundant connections available, so that in case of failure of one thing, you can have the alternative. There has to automatically within millisecond, that has to be, or in the nanosecond, that the alternative channel must be available for that is there. So the ensuring for that reliability of that your communication system, because otherwise the information will be what is meaningless. Again, you have to go for that synchronization of that one. So that is one bottleneck is there. But the thing is, till today, that part is there. When you go for the information, that exchange of information, we cannot expect that every transducer will be will be connected with the multiple lines, redundant lines. Is it possible? Nothing doing. With single line also, we cannot afford too much there. So with the multiple line, nothing doing there. So when you connect for the information for that one is there, for the across the network, so which is having the big geographical areas will be there. Just imagine that the amount of that is millions of that one, not in the whole network. You think about that one is there, then it will be billions of that one is the transducers. You come up for that, then in that case what that so we cannot ensure that the continuity of the channel will be continuously available. We cannot avoid that technical bottlenecks there or technical hindrances which will call for the failure of the links there. That again, that one, in that case, what happens, that one can go for that, the gaps can be done with that one, that you can go for that state estimation type of that old concepts comes up for that is there. That which is the that the faster version of that load flow studies or something like that. Or otherwise load flow study can be made for that offline studies or something like that, which will create given a particular situations there. We cannot make that, that we want to study the different events, scenario generation of a electrical network, and then do for that real-time operation. Can we do? We cannot do. In that case, we have to create the disturbances to the running system. It is not possible. Whereas the load flow study means you can have the offline studies will be there, where you can cover every scenario generation, one can come up with it. The problem is what, you have the thousands of scenario generations will be there. How one will look for that is there. Can you create thousands, millions of situations there? No. Then how it has to be? How it is relevant then? Yes, it is relevant. This in the sense means what? You think for that, what are the most severe conditions there? Level 1, level 2, level 3, under the different conditions, because in between there will be so many normal conditions there, which may not call for the detailed analysis for that one is there. So you see, we have to look for that is what we are. I am an engineer. So what is the in charge of the whole electrical network? My job is what? To ensure the secure and safe operation of our system, my systems there. So that case, how can we go for that? That case is the in that case. So depending on the situations there, depending on that, first we have to look for what are the different severity aspects of that, what different eventualities will be there, which is likely to be experienced by the system. Looking on that one is there, we can create the situation. Then if we create that at least infrastructural facilities which is adequate enough to address the most of the challenging situations there, then when the things will happen, it may happen the some events which we never predicted, we never thought of that one is there. That event may come up for that there. So that may be also done with it. Suppose if it is a wise knowledgeable person, engineers, they're experienced engineers there, who may be capable enough look for that, that can be done. There are also different type of, that contingency analysis are there, and based on that we look for that what are the principles of which has to be resorted to, that one has to ensure for that restoring the system to collapse without event, how the restoration has to be done, what are the steps, and different one. So these are the issues must be there. So for that one is still today also load flow study is important for this. Anyway, that is what I said about that. Okay, zero net energy building is the very one. Zero net energy is building. Not only we don't have to think about that. Zero net energy building is not building. Is what, of course, ultimate objective is what you have to start from the grassroots level. Grassroots level. In the sense means what? We want to ensure, I said that we want to ensure 10% sustainable way of mitigating or meeting our energy requirement, okay, of our society. Then it has to, where from it has to look for that. Its first thing is what you have to see the where it is created. Where it's created means for the demand and consumers there, consumer ends there. And see for that old days, of course, we started from that, that, oh my God, the old days, the people used to think about that, economic dispatch and all this thing. Oh, that was very old concept there, economic dispatch. And then not only that, that people used to use that so many, what was that, that incremental transmission loss, and all these issues were there. Means we had to go for that, means optimal power flow and all this. No, it is other way like that. You think of other way, it is something like that. It is other way like that. Given that one, given the particular power, you just think for the given the power generation available, and you think of that how the switching of that or network of that loading side has to be managed so that we can make best use of the energy available or energy delivered to us. It is like a demand side management. It is not that. It is also our old days they used to say about that is what that we say that generation scheduling. Okay, that is what from generation perspective. That means more stress is nowadays after that one which was given for the load scheduling part. That is the load scheduling part there. You have to go for that. What is given in the load scheduling part, what we consider is the generation is assumed to be constant. We are not varying the generation. Given the generation constant, now you go for that given that allocated generation, how you can allocate among the loads, in which way, whatever way. Not generation means energy. You can think about that. That one is there. How when it is used for that in the consumer side, to look for that how we can make best use of that exploitation of that, whatever way, everything like that. So many other ways, all possible ways. You simply allow that every participant in that way, and with different, you make an innovative idea so that like they will come forward with that, given the different informations there, so that they can, they can come up with the different ideas so that like exchange and trading. It is something like trading of that means so that because any actions which doesn't yield any benefits there, why one should go for that? First thing is you have to make people motivated for that. How motivation will come for that? First thing is what you make that ensure that if the consumer resorts to some activities there which will be what rewarding for him, then only he will resort to that one is there. Who will ensure for that? That has to be there. So that is how we go for that. The concept of what zero net energy and all these things are coming up for that. There is what that recent one is that. Okay, half an hour left. No, this is not. I have to go for that. Okay, just zero net energy is the recent concept which comes up for that one. You have to give stress on that one, making the energy consumption in a building. Like you have a multi-story building, which is what metro cities. One building, that one is having 300 flats are there. Just imagine the 300 flats will be there, and then there will be minimum 300 cars will be there. You have the 300 electric vehicles. So you have every vehicles will be electric vehicles or like any other vehicle which will be having a battery or something like that is there. So one in future you come up with a 300 electric vehicle minimum. Every house one car. Otherwise some flat may have even more than one car also, who are rich guys or something like that. So that type of things you have that, and then you have so many loads of that which are controllable in other way like that. So many ACs, and then so many freezers, and then washing machines, and so many other like that. Pumping across the so many like that is there. Or not only that, you think about that. So you have the 300 flats are there, and you have the amount of opportunities are there. and which will make that means what across that one. It is suppose somebody is there when you are in the office, then other person may be at home, and then when you out of 300 that flats are there, some people may be on leave, so their houses will be what they will not be using for that one is there, but they may have the facilities which can be used by the other flats in the building like that. So the concept of zero net energy building, these are the new things coming up for that is there, and it has to be made a reality. It's already in Delhi, it is already there. They have implemented for the pilot project there, and I cannot share for that is there. We are having that mission there. So that are the concepts coming up for that is there. Anyway, so all these things are made possible. Another thing is the concept is what that this that they are going for that planning for coming up with that that grid at the building level. The grid at the building level. Oh, what is the grid? Okay, we have to think about what is the grid, and then again whether a house can be treated as a grid or not. Okay, house can be treated as a grid or not. Okay, then this is the concepts coming up for that. So you go for that, it's like microgrid there. Then this is what we go for the nano grid there. Based on the energy level of that, what is the amount of the energy which can be handled for that is there. Manage for that is there. Based on the go for that one, you go for the micro, then the nano, then you can come up with the lesser, then maybe pico also. That is what they means. What you understand that that it has to be grid. You see, you have a house. A house may not be a grid, but it may be a grid. So one has to understand that what is a grid and what is an interconnected network, not a grid. You see, you have an interconnected house is there, like my house is there. It is not a grid. Why it is not grid? Then what is it? It is simply a connected network, the electrical connected network. All loads are connected, okay, across one point, then you have that. It is not a grid. So, okay. So these things are what in that case the people are thinking of zero net energy building and all these things. The concept coming up for that is what they are going to implement for the DC, microgrid there or nano grid there or pico grid, the DC level. So they are planning to have the DC houses. The houses will be there. And I think anyway that is a very promising reality for that is there in future. It will be coming up for that is there. Because DC technology is much more superior than AC technology, and you know very well that that even a ceiling fan which is having 70 watt, that one with the standard ceiling fan there, the 70 watt that which is taking that for 76 or 70 depending on that whether it's the 3-star that type of that what is there. Then whereas in that that the BLDC fan, that ceiling fan made with the VLDC motor is VLDC is what that will be taking maximum 26 watt. Same output with the 26 watt miniature size, and then use more rugged and other way like this. What not? Just imagine that. Just imagine how much is the energy saved for that one as you go for the VLDC motor there, which is basically a DC motor there you have. Similarly, that same concept is used in the today's this one recent that all ACs and washing machine, all these things are they are going for that type of technology for that. And that will make means what that if you go for that 5-star or something like that the more efficient control, because if you go for the DC then only what that the complexity is drastically reduced, then we can come up with that lot more things will be there, lot more intricate technical issues can be you have to see that with the electrical network that issues can be handled for that. And that also means what the moment you go for AC part is there, the inductances or which are otherwise dormant, they become active, and there will be a lot of interactions among the every element and all this one is system there. Anyway, that's the concept is coming up for that is what people are going for. Anyway, I'm not going for that is there. I'll just go for this one. So what I'll see that I was talking about the controllers there. Okay, this is the different things there. Every part one can cover the self-healing system. The system rapidly detects and all this analysis. All these things means what one has to come up for that is there. It's not one has to that when you go for suppose it's even self-healing system also. Okay, means that one what has to first requirement is it has to detect that there is an abnormality in the system. Then it will analyze and then then respond it, and then what it will restore that one system there. So that all these issues are there. Specifically, detection may not be, but detection in case of DC system is much more simpler for that, and it's more efficient. And at the same time means what the restoration also response so faster. The restoration also it will be very fast, because the synchronization and other aspects will be there. That will not be that faced in that DC systems there. And that makes, and another one is what, that because of the development of the power electronics, so anything and everything is possible as of now. It is there, which 15 years, 20 years back, we used to just think, okay, that could have been the theoretical some work. We used to go for the model, simulation with a was simply network model and then switching model and do that, all the analysis for that is there. And which is now means which can be made possible as of now, is everything can be made in hardware circuits there. Anyway, I'll just about that okay, auto balancing or not, that's a very important aspect. So what is that controlling part is there. Okay, okay. Okay, we'll say about, okay, this that as I said about that that power control, we can say that control in energy, conventional energy generator for that is there. And then I'll tell about some of the issues there. After that, we'll switch over to that what is today's the challenges and these concepts are there which are being implemented, and what are the technical complexities, or what are the technical some sort of ambiguities we can say about that is there, which is that the use of that just get some mathematical model from some paper or something like that, and then use that model and simulate it and get the results and publish a paper. The results better than the or that one. That makes means what, the lot of gap, technical gap between what is done and how much of that is relevant from tactical real life situations there. Okay, that are the things anyway. That part is there. The voltage control and frequency controls. All must be knowing about that is there. You go for this one is voltage control part is there. This is your, so this one is the what? So this is the conventional generator. Frequency part, and then voltage control part is there. So what I would like to say about that is what, the troop control is a very, that again, sometimes it is what, it is some sort of misleading stuff, that till today also, people use the troop control is there. Okay, what is the troop control? What are its aspects of that? How is it, means what are the challenges, what are the complications and implications in the troop control philosophy and troop control technology in a what, synchronous machine, in an inverter. And what is the difference between the 2 to 3 things there? Suppose you have a system, you have an electrical system where you have some generators, even not only that, you will find some of the new papers, even under my supervision. So some papers are there, works are there. What are there where we have considered microgrid with one conventional DC generator, then wind, solar, and then all these things, all are, that you will have that one, that PCC is there, the point of common coupling. My God, this is what there, it is something like simply connecting wires, just with one line. Oh my God, just think about the technicalities of that. How one can connect it, and what are the issues one has to keep in mind that is there. Suppose that you have a solar photovoltaic cell is there, okay, or wind is there, which is the generator, which is there connected with that one is there. Wind generator, what type of generator you will be using for that is there, and ultimately what you have a AC microgrid there, okay, or AC grid, okay, microgrid or macrogrid, that is okay, that is depending on that what is your power requirement there, okay. So is a grid, okay, connected with that one is there. So what you do is what, when you're connecting this one, that the photovoltaic, that one is how we will connect that one. So it is photovoltaic is what, it is a DC in nature. So you have to have a what, first thing is what, you have to convert the DC into AC, which requires that converter, also that inverter, which is basically what you have that one. It should have constant DC input, then the variable, that AC output will be there with the that frequency and then voltage there. And then so again, how to get that one, you go for that converter DC to DC, then you go, there's a different provisions there. So based on that, you go for that. The question is what, that again there will be another one there, diesel generator is connected with that. Or forget about diesel generator, you have a conventional thermal system. It is okay, how can you treat that one? You have a grid, means what, simply a grid is there, okay, line, and where one connection comes from your solar photovoltaic PV cell with an inverter or converter, we can think about that is there, and other one is wind, and again converter, then you have that one is connected, and then you have a thermal generations there. which is what not diesel, maybe diesel or conventional, that one you have to count. So then how these three things will be, what the coordination will take place for that, the controlling aspects of that one is there. So most of the cases, what you know, that optimization is not done. It is not done. You know that suppose you connect you have a load connected with that one is there. You see, why I say about that one is there, our renewable energy sources, which are, you know, like the distributed energy sources, you know, at the microgrid level or something like that. So it is connected with them, you know, is a main grid. Macro grid means was the bigger capacitors, main grid there. It is a connected mode. Suppose when it is a connected mode there, it is same as that system connected with the thermal generators or conventional thermal power station power generators will be there. So in that case, when you are connecting for that, this one happens there, how one will ensure for that, how one will ensure for the sharing of the power across that all the sources there, and not only even across the sources for that is there. One aspect is what that from that, you know, frequency control and voltage control. Okay, we know that frequency control means what, that frequency controlling is required, so that we want the frequency to be constant, okay, within the specified limits there. That means what, why there is a question of controlling of the frequency, because frequency varies. Why frequency varies? Because variation of the load, or not only variation of the load, that the real power balance is disturbed. Whenever there is real power balance disturbed between generation and load is disturbed, there will be variations in the frequency there. So this is the variation in the frequency for what is a conventional generator. And what will be the condition in case of, you know, inverter based, that one is there. In the conventional generator, what happens there? The frequency, you know, speed of the generator alternator goes down. What happens to that, you know, inverter? Where is that, you know, rotating frequency and all like that? Nothing is there. No inertia is there. No inertia is there. So that is what I am just talking about, that this is the issues one has to keep in mind that. So okay, so droop control is what it says about that, you know, that what, because this is, droop is nothing but what, it is a slope control. What is a slope? What do you understand? Droop means what is the slope is there. What is that? This droop control for frequency will be what, it will be that slope of the characteristic between, okay, real power and frequency. Why real power and frequency? Because the frequency variation occurs because of variation in the real power. That is why the curve, you have to come up with a curve which will depict the characteristic between the, you know, nature of variations of the frequency with the variations of the power. This power is what it is, not power unbalanced. Okay, it's the power unbalanced there. You have to keep in mind that. Similarly, for that one is the voltage is there. So you have that, you have the characteristic between what, that reactive power and that voltage there. You have that one, the characteristic. So that slope of this characteristic gives you the droop of this. You know, the droop is there is one to go for that. So the question is what, so that this one, you know, the variations of that, I think this will be clearer, or you might have studied, all of you might have studied about that, you know, the parallel operation of synchronous generators or something like that. You know, the one will be having, you know, that I don't know whether we have observed it or not. You know, one will be having this slope. The slope will be what, higher slope means the drop is more, other is drop is less. Okay, the question is what, who decides this dropping is there? Who decides this slow drop? In case of, you know, inherent, you know, that the conventional generator there, in the conventional generator, in case of the conventional generator, what happens, a thermal based generator, or even hydro also, the thermal based, where the mechanical components are available for that is there. So it is what the response characteristic is based on once your system is designed for that, you know, fly ball and other things there, you know, speed governor, fly ball and other things there, based on that, you know, their mechanical design of that one is there. This characteristic can be what, it is decided based on that their you know, structural design of that is there. Whereas this is not the case in case of what, converter or power electronics based you know, systems there, power electronics based systems there. It is not the case there. So that okay. So similar is the case here also. It happens to be there with the variations of that one. Of course, it is exciter is there. This is the mechanical part. Here is not mechanical. Otherwise, you have the reactive power and the exciter circuit will be there. So of course, this is faster, very faster, very fast, much more faster as compared to this. This is mechanical. Conventional thermal based or even hydro generators, the mechanical one. This is slower one, very slow as compared to this excitation one is there. Anyway, but the concept is what the droop control is used for that. So that generator having, you know, that lesser droop, you know, slope is less, is supposed to, you know, experience, whenever there is a, variation, small variation in frequency, the generator which is having, lesser slope is likely to experience more stresses, Now think on that, whether your generator or device or even converter or whatever, any energy sources which is interface connected to converter is having the capability to address to that stresses. Small variations frequency results into the more stresses on that generator. So whether it is capable of that addressing and handling that or not. So like that means one has to look for that, depending on the situations for that is there. Same is the case in case of this one also. This voltage control also, that one is there. And that means what you see that, so the generator, having with that one in the frequency part, the PF, this is called PF control, and this is a QV control. So PF one is there, generator having, higher slope means what, it will experience lesser stress there. Okay, with the minor variation in the frequency, the variations in this will be less as compared to the generator with, lesser slope there. Okay, so that's ultimately what, by varying the slope, suppose if we can vary this, suppose the provision is given means we can vary this slope. If it is an electronic circuit, it can always do it like that. Okay, so if we by varying this slope, we can change the sharing of that one is also there. Of course, in the parallel operation, it is not done. In the conventional generator, in the parallel operation, what is done is what we shift this characteristic. That suppose you got the speed changer action. This group action is given in case of one the conventional thermal generator or even hydro generator there. The group action is given by what? Governor actions. The flyable and governor actions. That is what we say about that. It is called primary control. And that other one is for shifting of this one or speed changer. It is a secondary control, which will cause what shifting of this line upward, downward, or depending on that. In a speed changer means what the control engineers, raise command or lowering command, or that way, like that is that. There is a different issue there, concept there. Basically, so and same is that here also one can do also by changing the reference line or something like the reference line, so that like controlling issues are that this controlling frequency controlling issues are means how that that we go for this controlling. This one is what we just share that what is the concept of the frequency control, this philosophy, group control, all this thing is there. It is nothing but ultimate objective for this whole this characteristic is what whole this graphical, that's one, this event is what to make that sharing of the load, sharing of that, not the sharing of that load across the sources there, including the this one storage sources also there, storage sources, that one is there, in such way that one is there that the power balance is, real power balance is ensured for that. And not only that balance is ensured, but from the unbalanced to balance, that one means what, disturbed to the steady state condition, that the oscillations, when it comes up, the oscillations should be minimum. So the disturbances should be experienced by the systems to be minimum. That is the objective of it. Similar is the case in this case of that also reactive power, that one is there. Anyway, I'd like to go for this, what I'm not going for this, the different ways it is going for this. Okay, so what I'll see something more, some more things there. Just add for that. Okay, my God, this whole part. Anyway, I'll just address to this each part, this one, then before we switch over to the last part, that I'll go for that, because that I would like to address to the some issues there. You go for PV control and this one group control and other issues are there. This one, and then that which is one very recently very widely used to one concept is what the virtual synchronous generator. All these issues are that comes up the relevant to that one is there. Anyway, so before that one, as I said about the intelligent techniques there, and that is about energy management or power management in that whole power systems there, which has to be related to that distribution side. The energy management is basically what it is, the demand side management or something like the concept there, that has to be that is divided into different part there. Just it is a categorization of that. Domestic part will be there, and there may be commercial or industrial part will be there. Industrial part means which is apparently what is a bigger power segment, bigger energy segment will be there. This smaller one, go for that is there, which comes for nano or pico grid or something like that one. So I come up for that here also. We go for that micro grid or even that nano grid. Anyway, for when we go for this type of that, for every of this one, that this also maybe partly made use for this type of things also is there. So when we go for that, Okay, we go for that. These are the issues that one has to look for, that energy sharing that has to be done. So the sharing has to be done in an optimum way. As I said about the system optimization, it is a wider term. Every element, everything should be there. In the protection also, you have to think about that. Is where that like PMU placement also should be optimum locations. There's an optimization for that is there. Okay, like that means what we can go for the demand side management also. It will have the lot more. That demand side management also looks for that lot of intelligent techniques will be there, which is, this is given, some of that one is there, but one much more thing is there, which has to come up for that is there, means what, depending on the strategies to be applied for that. So that once the strategies are derived for that one is there, if these strategies are to be implemented or automatically given the situation there, then what one has to go for that, we can replace the human being with intelligent algorithms or intelligent techniques will be there. That is how it is there. And planning stage also, of course, this will allow us, before the things happening for that is there, that we can create the different situations, and given what is available for that sort will give demand requirement available, given the trends of one. That is what I said about that. You can just store that, that usage pattern of that, different people there, and that all that. Suppose you have the 300 flats there, every flat their patterns and something like this there. Over the year, 6 months, you can see that one is there, which can be made exploited for that. So, like at the same time, what are the powers available? That possible availabilities of the powers. That one is there across the time is there. No interval of time is there that can be exploited, so that like we can just go for that, means the planning should be made, can be made, so that like what as I said about that, it is not zero net energy building, it has to be zero net energy system. It is not energy. The ultimate objective is we have to see for the zero net energy system. Suppose we want to make the whole electrical system sustainable, fully sustainable. Okay, that means what, it has to be zero net energy system. That means that shows that it is not that energy usage will be zero. No, it is that the amount of energy which is used by the system, the same amount of energy should be delivered by the system to itself. Something like that is there. It is something like that. So suppose a building is there, which is what that some of that duration of that one, some time of the day, it will consume, absorb power and energy, and some other time it will deliver energy. So that ultimately what the balance is what, zero. That is what that. So means the ultimate result is what, zero. Okay, that is the concept is there. One has to go for that. So that requires for different concepts to come up for that in the design part also. Even the planning itself, that there is a very efficient term which is what it's coined in specifically in the management of something like there is the energy management of something like that. Design of the system, the energy system. This is called pinch technology. One has to, when you go for that, planning of that, any of that energy systems there. Not only energy systems, every system wherein that energy planning has to be done to ensure for that optimum use of the energy. So the sustainability is ensured for that as well. This is a pinch technology that is very coined term as of now. In future, probably some of you will be hearing about this concept, that coin, that pinch technology of that. Anyway, that coordinated operation with the losses, this is what you have there. So this is done with that one local level is there. So in coordination with that, that when, because old days, that maybe that 30 years back, 35 years back, you think that distributed energy was very limited. Whereas nowadays, because lot of hiccups and disturbances and failures were faced by the centralized systems there. So we come up with the distribution system there. Next question is what? That you have a, suppose one generator with 1,000 capacity, megawatt capacity, it is connected with that one, a number of distributed, microgrids, the 10 microgrids that everyone is having. Suppose together you come up with that is what 50 100 50 megawatt, 100 megawatt, like there is a 10, something like that, you come up with that. So ultimately, what total your system demand is, suppose 2,000 demand, megawatt demand is there, is met by that. You have one is conventional and then you have the local one is there. So the question is what, with the variations in the demand, what you go for that, you give more and more, preferences on the local one there, the renewable energy sources. Then what happens to the central generator? Why? Usko bhi dekho. You just look at that guy is there. Suppose he's a big brother, your bigger brother there. Just look the technical aspect for that. You go for the nitty-gritty controlling at the smaller level that is done for that is there. What will be its impact on the bigger generator is there. Then you have to ensure for that is there in totality, means what over the whole. The planning has to be done for the global perspective. In the sense means what? That taking into consideration that the capacity of the big generation, their operational aspects will be there. Suppose thermal units must be operated within some minimum maximum ranges are there, or sometimes from economic point of view, their operations are also restricted within certain limits are there. So this integration of the solar and so renewable energy sources has to have in coordination with that also. So that is how we have to go for the again some technical challenges to ensure for the coordination among the different local sources together with that centralized, that one is there. Anyway, that is what there for all this part that we go for the coordinator, that one is there. So here also what this has to be large system for that also will call for that any sort of the intelligent techniques can be implemented for this. And this is what we go for the integration of the renewable energy sources, so that the integration should be optimum. That will again call for that given the different situations for that. Like that, because this wherever we want to replace human interventions, operators intervention, that all the occasions that intelligent techniques will creep into that. They are the main operators, or they are the main players to replace the human beings there. So when energy price and forecasting is a very important part of the, not price forecasting, and energy forecasting, and then energy forecasting with the demand forecasting at the same time, even energy generation forecasting. So many renewable energy sources which are dependent on the natures, then we have to go for the forecasting of the natures, all these things there together, the load forecasting, all these techniques was first there's fertile areas for that exploration of intelligent techniques there, different forecasting, machine learning, business intelligent technique there. So like similarly what the appliance scheduling part will be there also. Is a very fertile area for that exploiting that your evolutionary algorithms, meta-heuristic algorithms, or something like that is there. And of course that together with the meta-heuristic algorithms, because the problem with meta-heuristic algorithm is what, that they are very difficult to be made online, because they take solution time is quite larger depending on the size of the system. So that means what usability of that limits the usability of that meta-heuristic algorithms there. Okay, that is what we think of that. Okay, maybe okay, that is what okay. Oh no, I like to go for that. Okay, no, okay, that I'm not going for that. No, it's not like that. Okay, this part is there. No, okay. What I'll see that one is there. I was talking about that. That what the challenges for that is there. Okay. Okay, the different converters are there. Okay. Okay. Then we'll just stop just within 2-3 minutes there. Just let me share that one. The problem, okay, the problem faced with converter based, that we know that in today's one we go for the integration of a lot of renewable energy sources, which are the distributed energy sources. We go for that. It means energy sources are distributed across the network to where it is preferably closer to the solutions there, closer to the customers there. So renewable energy so closer. So who could make it possible? That one is that because of that developments in the VLSI and specifically the power electronics. The power electronics, because that the handling of that power at the higher level and the controlling of the power at the higher level is made very convenient and very cost effective and very reliable. This is a very important aspect, because we can, as I said about that PM is there, because of the reliability, confidence, we are not in a position to adopt that one is there. There are many issues that come. So like that has reached, at least current technology has reached to a maturity level which easily can be relied upon for our implementation of our real-time systems there, or power system there. The problem with this type of converter-based technologies are there. All the controllers, you have all interfaces with the converter technologies there. The problem with this is what, that they are very fast. They are very fast because they do not have, once you go the converter doesn't have rotating part. So almost instantaneous, you can think of that. Whereas as compared to the synchronous generator, they have the inertia for that is there, and that inertia made it what, that it is also important, but the response is slower. Some cases what happens, that specifically, that is like that, it is something like, that too much, that too much, we can say that too much strict adherence to the constancy of a parameter, either voltage or frequency there, that will call for, if you go for the, because the strong actions and immediate action, something like that is there, then any deviation occur, immediately call for the actions there. So too much of that immediate action will result into what further variations in the system there, system parameters there. It is something like that. Or there also what, when the disturbance occur or the load, not the disturbance, load changes there, either increase or decrease in load is there. So if there is an increase in the load, then that will happen. What that increase in the load, that will slow down the system. So as it will slow down the system, it will be responded, sensed by that your generator, flyable and other like that. That will call for the increase in the generation or something like that type of thing is there. So the process takes some time. By the time what happens here, system, so it will be delayed responses will be there. So and then ultimately what you have the stored this one energy will be there in the rotating mass, and that will be supplying that for that immediate transient time, that will be there. That is how it happens for that is there. So whereas in case of what that converter based power electronic based circuits there, the delay is not there. So the moment there is a change in the unbalance is there, it will not be reflected in the frequency there. So that will cause some variations. That means immediately it will cause for that variations in that means what, that the frequency, and as well as means too much variations in the frequency means what, because you have a that droop controller that will be there. That you have the droop controller loop will be there. That input to the droop controller is what the errors. What is the error means the reference frequency and the current frequency, something like that about it, which will be reflected into what, again, unbalance in the load, or that way like that means first. So because of that one is that it will sense immediately call for that, it will immediately call for actions, then that will go for enhancing that power output. At the same time means what, that the frequency will be again there means immediate that increase in the power output, and that will call, because load is not based on it's not a power electronics device there. Load is some physical load is there, something like that, which is dictated by some motor load is there. When you go for the electrical, that one, it's not lighting loads. Most of the loads are dictated by their motor type of loads or something. So which are inertia for that. That cannot be negated. We cannot make that also motor also will be power electronics. Can we say the motor also will be power electronics? No, power electronics has to make the rotation or something like. So whereas we have that, so loading part is there, inertia part is there, whereas the our generator supply part is that responder part is what is the instantaneous one. So before load response, that one is there, response that immediately it will call for actions for more. So that will cause a wider variations in the frequency for that is there. Now that creates again more oscillations in that one is there, that in the frequency of that system there. So that is how it is called the low inertia, because the inertia is low because of that absence of rotating parts in the converter based technology, or we can say the renewable energy sources there. And not only that, even renewable energy sources there, even that the masses amount of volume or masses or what amount of size of the mass will be smaller, so inertia also will be smaller. Together with the power electric part will be there. So it's still less. So with the less inertia, it is likely to respond very fast. That one is there. So for small disturbance, the frequency that will result in frequency variation. So very fast frequency variations will be there. Then that is also not desirable for that. So that has resulted in what, that virtual synchronous generator, it has that concept has come up for that is there. And they want to make that is the concept that means what you have to come up. So what are the elements in it in a virtual synchronous generator? That. So we want to means with the control or with the elements like power electronic components and other components, that one is there. Suppose storage element. We want to virtual synchronous generator means what? A synchronous generator which is what? That which is not the physical, that one is there. It has to be virtual in the sense means what, it will respond. Its behavior will be similar to the behavior of the synchronous generator there. So means what, it has to have the storage elements there, then controlling that sensing and controlling elements will be there, and based on that the storage elements, that one, the energy storage elements, that one is the response of this, that this whole that elements combinations, that one is there, it will behave like that one's what, that of a synchronous generator there. The advantage for this one is okay. Then one may argue for that is there. So what is the problem? Why to have the virtual synchronous generator? We can have a synchronous generator. What is the problem? If we have a synchronous generator, original synchronous generator, what is the problem of that? Yes, problem is what? That suppose the question is what? That two runners are there, I don't know, I should, that I was just telling about that, the best runner in Tripura, and when he came to the national level, he was the last man in the national level meet or something like that. So you have that, in old days it used to happen. That one is there. When Indian runners go to that, that Olympics or something like that, they will be the back liners or something like this there. So you make that one is the very fast runner, a fast runner. We can make a fast runner to run slowly. Okay, so any level, whether Indian level, Indian national level or Tripura level or something like that, because he can make, he can change its speeds there. Okay, but the thing is what, Tripura runner or when Indian national level runner cannot be made to run as like Olympian top or something like that, or champion type something like that. That is the concept there. We have a system which can be made to respond very fast, but the response of that one will be delayed, so that unnecessary oscillations in the frequency can be made. Okay, that is the advantage. So we have much more versatility. As I said about the professor, any sort of versatility in any system will result into more capability, smartness of the system, and all these issues come up. That is there. Okay, so then recently, what lot more thing is there. Some that Saudi Arabia. Oh my God, you cannot imagine that they had a project or something like that is there. They sent it to this one me for that evaluation or something like that. It's a real-time project, something like this there, where they were proposing for the all converter. That Saudi Arabia, they may come up for that one city is there, which is like like daydreaming type of city or something like that as well. So they want to have a that very sophisticated power supply, which has to have that full this converter to the full sustainable way of it. Renewable together with what exploitation of that power technology concepts and all this. All these issues are implemented for that is there. Anyway, I think this has addressed to the almost most of that one is there. I'm not going for some of that. Probably I don't know whether I was able to ignite your mind to that, because that you may come up with so many new things are there, so many new ideas, something like that, mimicking some other work and then implement it in your simulating model. And nowadays simulating model making is only more than 2 to 3 days or 1 week time, and then you can start getting results within 1 month. You get the results and of this paper. Oh my God, the shortcut, so many things that is coming. That makes means what life more challenging, that because we have to make ourselves acceptable to the what practical world. What is practical world? We go to that one, that Siemens or wherever ABB and wherever that really when the technologies are being implemented, being used for that is there. We have to have that relevancy of our theories to their practice. Then where is the gap? Then wherever the developments which have been taking place there, where they may fall into their current situations there, or if it is now when they will fall means what, under which conditions. All this must be realized for this. Okay, thank you for this.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring lecture on intelligent techniques in power system. I think the lectures are very much useful for the participants at different levels. So now now if any participant want to ask any question from sir, they can ask.
Yes.
If you have any questions, anyone? Yes, anyone, if you have any question, you can ask.
Sir, I have a question.
Okay.
Sir, thank you for your wonderful presentation. So myself, Sandeep from San Antonio, Texas.
Okay.
So I have a question regarding zero zero net buildings, the concept which you have described. So as seeing the future, there is a lot of possibility of zero net building penetration on the distribution systems or our power systems, right? So
It is the
since we are
objective of the
very
government even. Government also. Government
yes,
want that type of projects to come up for that.
okay. So my
Because
question
you go
is,
for that, that IoT based technology that has to be in place. It is already in place there. As I said about in Delhi, they have made one building is already implemented for that. So IoTs and others is basically same thing. You go for the IoT also, that's again basically same grid system. The nano or pico level gridders. Anyway, you asked me that question. What is the question?
so my question is that if you see the scenario happened in Texas, so people are still blaming the renewable and some people are still blaming the conventional grids. Okay, so if more amount of renewable is penetrating, so what is the reliability in this scenario? So how can we depend on these renewables? So if the renewables have some problems, issues with the
No.
weather or extreme
Yes.
conditions.
Yes. Very, very, very nice that one. That has to means we have to face that situation definitely. So the question is what first thing is what where from the things coming or the problems we expect for that. Look into that. Like when somebody is saying about that, first thing reliability you say about that. Yes, that has to be means what that the randomness in the nature, that is what there. So that is a challenge. Randomness is that was inherent to the nature. We cannot change the nature. What we can do is what we can exploit that the situation such that we can make best use of that. That is what. So what that doesn't mean that means what we, because this is the ultimate that motto should be there. Like we should look for that sustainable way of mitigating our energy requirement. That is the one. So without renewable is that, in other words, the inherent to the natural way of that replenishing that things there is requirement of that is there. And for in case of energy also you look for that is there. So this one looks for not only there's so many, one has to come up with the innovative ways of that brainstorming session, and every part of that, that as I said over the pinch technology is something like this. You go for that. So every part, every segment of the system where so look into everyone has participate first. you feel that which way it is going to be made more efficient, more effective, so that you find it more convenient, and that type of things means what negating something, oh this is not good. No, it is not like that. You have to observe it wherever reactions are there. You look into that reactions with the mind to observe it. See that you adopt it. Just approach the person, say about what is your problem. Okay, he feels some inconvenience there. Okay, now it becomes challenge for engineers. Or the job of the engineers are what to take that to ensure that safety, and convenience, and that the reliability of that public. That is what the whole society, you can say at large. That is what. So we have to look for that. Wherever is saying about that, you have to look for what are your problems there. What are the situations that one. Then you can look for that how the problems, that particular problems can be solved for that. Then look around what are the techniques available. Not technique available, not technique. You have to evolve a technique also. That situation may be there. That is what.
So seeing the Texas scenario, I feel the more renewable penetration, I think in India we should plan better policies which can balance the sort of reliability between renewable and the conventional power plants, correct?
Yes. You see, we have to make it a that is a conventional practice, something like that you do anything there repeatedly, 1,000 times you do, your confidence will increase. So it is not just looking at the something like that. It is something conservative way. No, you just adopt it, accept it, see that there will be some hiccups will be there. Then see that what are the hiccups comes up for that, why for the hiccups are there, and then again look for that. Because unless you face it, you will never be able to overcome it. And it is our ultimate objective is what we know that what the world is facing towards so many catastrophes that is being faced all over the world there. So many tsunamis, so many things that comes up for that is there. Okay, that has to be. So that will come up for that. That is the ultimate, our objective should be there.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your responses. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
So thank you, Krishna. And now any other participants, if they want to ask any question. Okay, so now I am handing over to Damini for the next part of the post.
Thank you, Professor Nidul Sinha, sir, for your words of wisdom. We are deeply grateful to you for taking time out of your busy. We are deeply grateful to you for taking time out of your busy schedule to interact with our participants today. Thank you everyone for joining and showing your interest for the event today. Day 2 of the workshop will include sessions from Dr. Tanmay Malakar on the topic of wind power trading, being the first session, and the second session to be presided over by Professor Debapriya Das on the topic of virtual power plant / microgrid and zero bus load flow. The first session will begin at 2:30 p.m. and last till 4 p.m., continued with a 30-minute break. It will lead to the second session, which is from 4:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. You will receive a feedback form for today's sessions shortly via email. Please ensure to fill the form as it will be counted for your avail of the e-certificates. Once again, thank you very much for attending the session today and anticipating your participation in the upcoming days as well. Thank you so much, everyone.
So before to end up before that, I'd like to thank or express my heart thanks to that NIT Sikkim and Abhishek and his team there, and for giving me an opportunity, to share my feelings. As I said about from the very beginning, I'm fed up with that. The way we go for that only for paper doing that motto and all these things work. That makes that almost that after 35, 36 years means that sometimes what. When I look back there, means what is my contribution? Forget about me. I have seen that many IIT professors there, even my professors also that who happen to be some are no more also. Contribution, tangible contributions in that in the society is very limited. Other than I have produced that many PhDs, that many MTechs and all. I'm fed up with it. Anyway, anyway, at least what if I could ignite some of you people that who will be in the days to come to contribute in the different ways, so that like I'll feel myself to be very much satisfied or something like that. If some of you just could take up that directions there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring lecture once again. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So now again we will meet tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. With the Professor Tanmay Malakar from NIT Silchar on the topic wind power trading. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.